What's going on, people? This is Kid Shardy Gaming Nation in the building, here to do this video that I think many black men in these spaces have done. Um, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna put my chips in the pot. All right. Before I begin, Sharon and Easy Bands and the rest of you, them niggas on that panel. I'm not an incel. Let me repeat that again to you. I'm not an incel. You tried to paint that narrative upon me that I'm some incel and I haven't stepped outside. Sharon, I'm from East New York, Brooklyn, like you're from East New York, Brooklyn. I used to live right there on between Liberty Avenue and Glenmore. Last stop on the A train. My mother used to get up early every morning, go to St. Vincent Hospital to go to work. My father used to work at New York Presbyterian. My mother and my father divorced after they moved to Queens, and we moved to Queens. He moved back to Brooklyn. He used to live, he still lived there, right? He lives next to Pink Housing Project building, Pink Housing Projects. I have many homeboys, many friends from that area. I'm not a street nigga, but I'm from the swamp. I've been outside. I'm not gonna go through my complete background on here, but I've been outside. I used to be that nigga, a terrible nigga. One of the demons. So I've been outside. I've experienced other cultures when I was outside. I've been to Canada. I'm Jamaican, so I understand, right? And especially in New York, it's multicultural. When you go to Jamaica and you witness the white people that's there and different cultures that's there, right? So I've experienced. I'm not just talking. I know what I'm saying. And you niggas gaslight me up there on that fucking show with Easy Band and his simping. But we're gonna get into it today, right? Because a lot of times in these spaces, whenever we see a black dude going out with a white woman and he's getting better treatment, there's two things we do. First, we say that the Becky is ugly or she's busted. And black men, when they're dead outside their race, they typically pick the busted Beckys. But then if he's with a Becky or a white woman that's fine and gorgeous and look good, then we'll say that them Beckys is run through in their 3 or 4s. But at the same time, 85% of black men date and marry black women. And a lot of the black women we see black men with are busted and ugly. Or no, let me not use the word busted and ugly. 5, 6s, 7s at best. The average everyday black brother out here are dating 5s, 7s, no, 5, 6, and 7s at best. And a lot of the niggas, according to Trucker Year's logic, most niggas picking hoes. And there's a reason why most niggas is picking hoes. A lot of times niggas don't know he picking a 3 or 4. Because in black culture, we don't hold black women to a fucking standard. And they don't listen to black men's accountability. Nor do they want to held to any of it. But today, we're going to break it down in segments. I'm trying to make these videos more structured, more presentable. I already fucked up already. I was supposed to do this. But I'm going to try to break it down in segments. So this first segment, we're going to go into a show hosted by my man Izzy Bands that I was on. We're gonna break some things that went down on that show. We're gonna do that in this first segment right here. All right. So shout out to Izzy Bands. This is his channel. Go like, share, and subscribe.
There's no comparison. Again, no comparison.
So you'd have to
black women. Again, no. I mean, you love who you love. This, that, and third. There's no comparison. Again,
let me listen to the simp ass shit.
More than welcome to come up here.
Listen to the simp ass shit that Mr. Baboon Trucker Yellow saying. The reason why I'm calling you a baboon, nigga, because I could tell the hate when I jumped into the room, bro. Because I put my Jamaican flag up there. Instead of you calling out my actual name, you said the dude with the Jamaican colors.
Man, like, I do not. I'm gonna say it as high, as loud as I can say it. There is no comparison to black. Period.
No comparison to black women? Are you serious? Trucker, yeah. This is the problem with black culture. We keep rewarding black women as a whole and individually for the fucked up behavior. Black women as a whole for the past 70 years have been rebelling and disobeying and being disrespectful to the leadership of black men. And every time you point out the flaws of black women, there's always a nigga that say there's no comparison. There's no comparison. That's what they say. Right? There's no comparison to Latin women. There's no comparison to Asian women. There's no comparison to white women. But y'all love to pathologicalize and compare black men to other groups of men and say how we're lacking versus other groups of men. But when it comes to black women versus other groups of women, there's no comparison, especially in the context of relationships and who's performing. Whenever it's comparing black men in the context of a relationship and it's comparing us to other groups of men, we're always lacking somewhere. We're always not doing something properly. Ignoring the racial hurdles that black men have had to jump through in America. But when it comes to comparing black women to other races, then we want to acknowledge the racial hurdles that black women have had to face in America. And remind you, black men have faced the majority of those hurdles in America. But there's no comparison to black women and other groups of women in their behavior. But there's always a comparison when it comes to our performance and lack thereof compared to other groups of men. And niggas accept it. Let's continue.
The shit that white women have done, it's you know, I mean, you love who you love. This, that, and third.
Okay, Trucker, yeah, the shit that white women have done to black men fails in comparison to the shit that white men have done to black women. Remember, white men used to essay black women in the plantations and use them as breeding concubines. Remember that. That fails. What white men have done to black women fails in comparison to what white women have done to black men. I'm not saying it's good, it's bad, but it fails in comparison. And what we do is we keep taking 1980s, 1950s, or the era of Jim Crow, and we keep applying it to 2025. If this conversation was being had in the 1980s, in 1950s, in the 1800s or the early 19th centuries, I would agree. If this happened around Emmett Till, I would agree. But we're in 2025. And funny enough, you guys don't bring up whenever black women are dating outside their race, what white men used to do to them was way worse. Had black women fucking her own brother to breed more children for the purposes of replenishing slaves. That had them as breeding concubines or breeding mares. That was way worse. Used to go into the slave quarters and grape them, in the slave tent and grape them and whip them. But y'all don't bring that stuff up. That stuff that black women were doing, I mean, white men were doing to black men, were doing to what white men were doing to black women was worse than what white women were doing to black men during that time.
There's no comparison. Again, no comparison.
So you'd have to
black women.
That's a problem. No compare. Well, I broke that down already. No comparison.
Simple. Be great. She could be great, but this is what Jeff was talking about. We love black, that y'all are not our enemies, and you, which is wild. So you could kite worshiping over here. It doesn't make sense, if you're speaking.
Oh, my bad. I think what black, I don't think it's white worship. I think what's being pointed out is that when I'm over here and I'm supposed to be dating black women and we on this pro-black thing and I'm getting treated poorly, my fault. And then I go over here and I'm dating this white chick and I'm getting treated better. That's something to point out objectively. Take out the white worship, take out slavery, take out all of that. Look at two human beings. If I move, all right, let me do a sound check to make sure I can hear myself. I hear the video. And see, my problem when I go on these panels, I can't articulate certain things when I'm in a debate, especially if I am, I want to make sure that I can hear myself through this audio. Hopefully I can. I cannot articulate the things that's going on in my brain properly, especially if I'm in a passion in passion, and then I'm getting pushback, and I can't interject with people, right? Because I have ADHD, and because everybody has a long-winded thing or long-winded talking point, I can't interject into it. I can't remember what was said to attack that point by point. All right. Which on my part, what I need to probably do is take some speech classes and then take some debate classes, something like that. All right. So let's continue. Over here, and I'm amongst my black sisters, and we supposed to be struggling in the fight, and I'm get treated like dog shit. But I go over here, and this is supposed to be my enemy as Trump. You see how Dizzy Bands did that? Izzy Bands did that while he was playing the show. Hill is saying, and I'm get treated better. That has to be something that has to be pointed out. Look what Izzy Bands did. But he'll have those hyenas up there running amok, and he won't do this to him. Now he said he did this by accident. This was done on purpose. Now I've seen this across black men, whether it's Caribbean black men or black American men. When they're amongst their own type of women, they get treated like shit.
Give me one quick second, Kish. I'm sorry. Hey, Venus, say something. Rogue C, say something. Shout out to both of y'all.
Merry Christmas.
All right.
Hello,
And
hello.
Happy Kwanzaa. All right, my sisters. Good to see y'all.
Yo, he cut me off. When I jumped up there, I didn't cut nobody off. But
welcome to the show. Okay, go ahead, Kish. You got it.
Now, let me break down what I was saying, right? In black culture, and these niggas on this panel know this because they talked about it before. In black culture, and even Uncle Jeff admitted to I think a situation with his wife and how he was treated. But anyway, in black culture, whether it be Jamaican black culture, Caribbean black culture, black American culture, what I've witnessed and experienced, I've witnessed black men amongst their own women talk to them like dog shit, treat them like shit, abuse them emotionally, physically. A video of Sha'Carri Richardson proves the I want to say is what black men have been talking about their experiences with black women. I have seen that. When we talk about Jamaican and Rastafari culture, right? In our Rasta culture, right? Now, mind you, Rastafarian movement is a pro-black movement with a pro-black center to it. Born from Marcus Garvey and the Malcolm X's and all those people, great black people, right? So Rastafari has a pro-black center to it, nucleus to it. It's just that how they choose to worship their identity is through natural path, but they look to Haile Selassie as the God as opposed to Jesus Christ. Because something that Marcus Garvey said, that black people, we must look to the east or to the God of Ethiopia to be our spectacles of how we see God in ourselves. And that's why the Rastafarian movement, and I could be wrong, a little bit wrong, got created, right? Mind you, Rastaman them, how they treat black women is good, is better than good, is godly. Treat them with respect. Wagwan my empress, Wagwan my princess, Wagwan my queen, them thing. Watch out now. The average Jamaican black woman who's not Rasta don't like Rasta. did not used to like Rasta in them time now. I'm talking about 2000s. I'm talking about the 90s. I'm talking about the mid 2000s, like 2015, right? Them used to say, "Me no want it no hairy man Rasta. Me no want it no Rasta. Cause I'm numb too much rabbit food and them fuck with it." But what I've noticed is when a Rasta man get with like, because a lot of times in Jamaica, you have like the Russian them woman will go over there, so all the Amish, you would have the Becky them from Australia or Netherlands or New Zealand or Australia or Canada, go to Jamaica, find a Rasta man, and in no time, she a Rasta. Next time you see them have a 5 or 4 look half breed pick me around. That me say. And he get a better treatment than when he's amongst his own black woman, which Rastafari was created for. We see that. And Rasta man them, when them do that, they get called sell out too. Or you sell out the black woman for deal with the white woman. Them. But nobody's addressing. So the same shit going on in black American culture going on in Jamaica too. Where the Jamaican black man them buy them one group of woman them, don't like them and don't treat them good. But then when he get him a foreign woman, a Spanish girl or a white woman or Italian woman, and he's getting better treatment, they call him sellout. Nobody addressed it, but wait, when this Rasta man or when this Jamaican brother was dealing with Jamaican black woman, they did not like him nor respect him. But him get a better treatment with the white woman them. Nobody's addressing that. But Rasta woman them and regular Jamaican woman them, they're able to date outside their race in a Jamaica or Caribbean black culture, and they don't get the same sellout label. They don't get the same, oh, you don't like your black people, you don't like your black mama, nothing. They don't get the same thing in a black culture, American culture. Let's see it. So let's go.
And then the sister y'all could get in after Venus first. We'll give me 1 second.
Yeah.
It would appear that I want to acknowledge it. And I'll
Sister, you said it sounds like white worship. I'm curious to what Venus. What say you?
Hey, so it wasn't everyone. It was just like two, because I'm like moving around, so I couldn't see. But I heard two people say something like, "So if you think if like we get rid of all the black women, the white women are just gonna accept us?"
I wasn't on the show when that was said. I don't know who said that. That shit is wild. If that was what was said, I didn't say that shit. Whoever said that, and if that was said, that was crazy. Whoever said that doesn't represent what black men in general outside of YouTube and on YouTube is saying. Whoever said that on this panel.
Like, do you hear how that sentence sounds, right?
I agree with Venus. That does sound crazy.
Like, do you think they're just gonna accept us? That's kind of still putting yourself in a position where like you're looking up to them. Like,
But Venus, a lot of black women are saying black men are making them look bad, and that's why white men don't accept them. How are black men making y'all look bad? Because you're mistreating them and black men are speaking up about it?
for acceptance. Does that make sense? That's how it just sounds like. So you think if they get rid of them, instead of the conversation being, how dare you, we're not getting rid of them, or we don't want them, or anything like that, it's, well, you think if they get rid of the black women that they're going to accept us? That still sounds like somebody who wants acceptance. That's why I said that.
Yeah, I don't know who you heard say that. I didn't really hear that. Most
I
of the
mentioned that earlier. That was on me. So yeah,
okay.
she's calling that out.
Okay, I didn't hear that. But hold on, ADS. Most of the sentiment that I've heard so far has really been to the aspect of love who's compatible with you and who's gonna treat you right and who you're gonna respect and treat right. So I think that I just think Venus, honestly,
This nigga up here, Hazim, I'm not even gonna say no.
to judge either way about race just for the sake of race is really silly, right? It's like saying, oh, because I like Jordans, I'm just gonna wear whatever pair of Jordans come out. No,
Yeah, I agree with Izzy Bands, which is what y'all put on black men. Y'all put on black men that he has to date black women no matter what the treatment is. But y'all don't put that same standard on black women. And I'm going to show the clips later on today. We're just breaking this down in segments first, right?
oh, I'm gonna wear the pair of Jordans that feel good, that look good, that fit me. I'm not just gonna put a pair.
But Izzy Bands, we allow black women to do that. And what Izzy Bands does to me is he'll say, well, I don't do it. Well, I'm not talking about Izzy Bands directly. I'm talking about what the culture does objectively.
Pair of Jordans on just because they're Jordans. That doesn't make sense, right? And so that's the same thing with relationships.
So Izzy Bands, you do what a lot of black women do on here. You speak in subjective or relative to your experience when we're supposed to be speaking objectively.
Relationships. I think that people should choose the person that's best suited for them, regardless.
I kind of disagree when you're thinking on a grand scale, because when we talk about part of where black people stand in this country as a whole, one of the issues is like our economic power, correct?
Yes.
So when you take your wealth, like a lot of the black athletes do, or rappers, or like rich black men specifically, and you transfer it over to another community.
This talking point is getting old. Let me let her finish and then speak on it.
I think you are wrong for that. Absolutely wrong. You are, because your community is already at a deficit. And
see, that's a talking point that they used to say back in like the 80s and the 90s in those pro-black circles and shit. Here's the problem with that talking point. Let me put my face up here. First of all, why I don't say the same shit when black women date out with white men? Aren't white men taking their resources and giving it to the black community when he's marrying a black woman? Because a couple years back, y'all were praising Meghan Markle. Y'all was saying she was a black woman for dating the prince. And I'm not talking to you directly, Venus. I'm talking well, I'm talking to you directly, my fault. But I'm speaking on what your fellow sisters in the sisterhood objectively think and put out there. A couple years back, y'all were praising Meghan Markle. A couple years back, you were praising. Hold on. What's this bitch name? Because most black women in black culture believe that who the chick that was running for president in the prior election against Donald Trump? What was her name? I forgot her damn. I don't know how I forgot her name. Well, whatever. Y'all was saying your sisterhood, black women, not you directly, Venus, but your sisters in the sisterhood was saying she was black. You don't think that she's giving up her black resources to that white man she's in a relationship with? You don't think that white man is giving her, transferring wealth from his community into black community by dating a black woman? You don't think that that's happening? Second, when you talk about the economic power of black community, let's go look at that. Let's look at that. I'm gonna share this tab right here. View it. By the way, this is the marriage rate. 31% of black people are married. So who is this? Marriage by race. 3% are separated. 12% are divorced. 5% widowed. 50% never married. Right. So this is our marriage situation. Broken down. Black marriage in 2021. So you know what? I'm gonna save this for a little bit later. Let's look at the income. And they're getting this. Mind you, they're getting this. This is Black Demographics.com. I want to show you where they're pulling this research from, right? But then again, y'all should be happy that there's a black site that's tracking black people's progress. Black demographics. So this is from the U.S. Census Bureau, 2023 American Community Survey 1 year estimates, right? So the Asian, Ghanaian, white, Nigerian, total U.S., Jamaican, Caribbean, non-Hispanic, Ethiopian, Haitian, Hispanic, African, Black American. right? African American. So black African American together, y'all making 53 K a year, right? The black family income, medium income, is so men with no wife, 57. Women with no husband, 44. Married couple together, y'all making 6 figures. So the median income of a black family is 68. So she does make a point. Venus does make a good point, right? When we're married to each other, we're making this on average. And then as a couple, we're making this. But here's the problem, Venus. Most black women don't want to do 50-50. Most black women are not trying to do 50, as according to what y'all are saying. You want a man to do 100%. You don't want to take your 44K and then be with this man and make it work with this man. Y'all don't want to do that. So if you don't want to do 50-50 with the brother, you want to get the brother when he's at the finish line, how the hell are you keeping the wealth into the community? Mind you, this is the stats for the average person. This is not talking about black athletes. This is for the average black man and black woman. She's talking in reference to athletes, which is a usual talking point that a lot of y'all black sisters make. All right, so let me see this. I was looking at marriage earlier, right? Black income articles, household participants in food stamps. Dang, this is bad. Oh, so this is debunking it. I might click that. I might do a video on this. All right. Black men, black women, right? Who earns what? So black women will earn this, black men earn that. Oh, so let me see this. This is saying, so this is where they got this from. See where they got the source. U.S. Census Bureau, 2021, American Community Survey, 1-year estimates, right? So total men and women, 16 and older, black women, black men. So shit, y'all are making good money. Now they break it down. Work full time year round, 7 million, 6.7. Part time, right? No earnings all year. So, and what's this saying? Employment status. How many black men and women are in the? Oh, so this is the labor force. My bad. Sorry about that. This is talking about y'all in the labor force. So black women are getting employed more than black men. But somehow, who earns what? Black women, black men are out earning black women. So 65K, 50K to 64K are pretty even, 40. So it seems as black men are going from 1 to 19,000, we're earning less. As you raise up through the hierarchy and we get into now the 50K a year bracket, we start to outshine black women. Mind you, when black men are broke, they're not talking about inequalities. As soon as black men outshine them, then it's inequality. Then it's about inequality. But to Venus's point about the wealth and economics. Now, let me go back to what I was saying. I hope I was looking at this on StreamYard. Let's go back to it. Economy. This is from the Census Bureau. Bureau. I said Bureau. For those who don't know why I have a Southern drawl, my sister, she went to Virginia when she was going to college and she became a teacher, right? So one time I went out there, I think for like a summer. I think I went out there for a couple summers, so I kind of picked up the draw, right? So for those who are asking, so she does make a point, but she does make the point in the context of what she said earlier, like when black athletes marry out, the wealth distribution is going to another community, but that's the athletes. This is statistics for the average earning income of the family. So she's making a point that we make good money together on average, and as a married couple we make this. But a lot of black women don't want to be in a 50-50 relationship and be submissive and respectful to that black man's leadership. That's what y'all saying. So if you're saying all these requirements for black men to get into a relationship with you, and then you wonder why black men are not marrying you, right? Then come on. You're telling black men in order for you to submit and listen to him, he has to be doing 100%. Black marital status: black women 27%, black men 34%. So total 31%, right? Marriage by race. So 85% of black. So 85% of the 31%. So this is 31%, right? 85% of that 31%. Only 8% of them are married to a white spouse. 4% Hispanic, 3% other. I guess that's Asian or whatever else. 4% of black women have a black husband. And Hizzy Bears made a talking point. That's shit that feminists and black women say. My bad. Feminist black women say that black men are dating outside their race twice as much as white women. So that's 3, 4. So that's 12. So 8 plus 4 is 12, plus 3, that's 15. 4 plus 2, that's 6, plus 1, that's 7. So every time they say twice as much as black women, you have to ask, what's the numbers? What does twice as much look like? What's the numbers that represent that? And this is the numbers that represent it. That 50%, 3% other, 4% Hispanic, 8% white. And remember, white women outnumber black men. Even in New York City, in a metropolitan place. You go to places like Long Island, even in Brooklyn, right? You go to Queens out here where I'm at, Long Island. Black men are outnumbered when it comes to white women. I think white women are like 165 million. I think black men are like 7. I think what like let me look at the population. That's for jobs. Jobs free, slavery ended. You see. Oh shit! So this is the population by years, but this is not separated. So it's saying 14%. You go back here. Black alone with another race. Black alone. Let me go on. Let me hit Google up. Wait. What's the population of black men versus white women? So black males, let me show this. Black males are 19 million. So they're 19 million. Fucking car. Yeah, so black men are 19 million, right? Black men are at, so this is education. All right, so so this is it. Black men are 19 million. Let's see if it's on stream right. Yeah, it's on stream. 19.5 million black men in the United States. All right. Let me look up what white women are. What's the population? I think I seen it. Okay. What's the population of white women? You see this? So that's 19 million. Let me go to Chat GBT, bro. 1 second. What is the population of black men versus white women? So, the total population of black African American individuals is approximately 46 million. White women in the US was approximately 204 million. Or white individuals, my bad. Black men are 23.45 million. White women are 102.15 million. So, can you give me that population for New York City? So, black men reside in the city. We're 800,000, right? African American, we're 1 million people. White people outnumber us by like 10%. That's 2 million, right? White women outnumber us. So black men are 800,000, white women are 1 million, over 1 million, 1,300,000. Now, does that account for the whole of all of the state of New York? Because I said New York City. So New York City is the 5 boroughs versus the state of New York, right? Right. So according to the state, 1 million. So the population in the state, 1 million versus white women. So white women outnumber black men, especially if you go into upstate, even in the city. You talk about Brooklyn, Queens, Bronx, Manhattan, Staten Island, right? I think in the Bronx, Latin women outnumber black men. When you go to Brooklyn, especially if you go to like Kings Highway, Brighton Beach, Coney Island, maybe not so much Coney Island. But then you come out here to Queens, you go to like Long Island or like Elmont or you know, deeper into Cambridge Heights, or you go into Merrick, or you go into you know what I mean, right? White women outnumber black men. Let me see if they have that population. What's break down that population further to Queens? What's the population of black men and white women in Queens, New York? See what it says. Chill, bro. Look at this. So when black men are dating in the dating pool, they're going to encounter white women. So let me ask this for black. So can you break all of that down when it comes to black men versus black women? So roughly, we're equal to each other, right? How about in the all of New York State? What's that look like? I think this is a little bit off right here, but then it breaks it down up here. So let me look in this. Right, girls. Oh, so right here, black women, black girls, This is from the New York Comptroller Office, NYC. So this is the source. All right. Bottom line, between black men and black women and white women, they outnumber black men. If you go up here, you know what I'm saying? They outnumber them, even in New York City or New York State. But then again, but then again, to Venus's point of the wealth distribution, y'all don't want to do 50-50 with a black man. You don't. As according to Venus, now mind you, this is what your sisterhood on YouTube is saying, and social media is saying, and in real life. This is the claims y'all saying. You're not going to date a brother that is doing 50-50. Let me look at the economic sheet again. Economic sheet. So the median household is 51. Married couple, so this is black. Married couple, 94. Single mother, 41. Single father family, 55. Altogether is, all right. But again, y'all don't want to do 50-50. Now this is blackdemographics.com. You don't want to do 50. You expect a man to do 100%. Anyway, let's go back to what she was saying. Let me find the video. Okay.
And if we look at the other communities who are thriving, they don't think that way. The way how you guys are like, no, it's you marry who you love. If we look at who's really thriving.
So why you don't address black women who marry out? Now, mind you, white men are quick to go marry outside their race if their white women are giving them problems. They're quick to go marry Asian women. So let's look at that. Because you told a lie. Let me ask how many white men marry outside their race? And when you talk about America, well, basically, every race is going to predominantly marry each other, mostly, right? So let's look at this. 12% of white newly. So let me show this. Of white newlyweds in 2015 married someone of a different race. This is a significant increase from 4% in the 1980, while intermarriage rates for whites are lower than those for other racial groups. They have still seen substantial rise over the past few decades. Right? In 2015, about 70% of all newlywed couples in the U.S. involve spouses from different racial ethnic backgrounds. Among white newlyweds, 12% of men and 10% of women married someone of a different race or ethnicity. Remember, 12% of white men and 50% of black men, that percentage is not too far off. They're just doing it 3% more than black men. But that's not going to stop a black woman from marrying a white man. She's not going to think that, man, me marrying this white man, that white boy is going to take his resources and come marry to me. You're not thinking about it when you're making your case. When Izzy Vance do that, well, black men are dating outside their race twice as much as white women. So this is according to Pew Research. Approximately 9 to 10% of newly married white Americans marry outside their race. Right? So let me go to ChatGPT right quick. New chat. And we're gonna be using ChatGPT in this video. So can you give me ChatGPT? Can you give me the percentage of white men who date outside their race. And can you tell me what race they're marrying outside to in America? So this is saying 9%. Among white men who marry outside their race, the most common pairings are with Hispanic women, followed by Asian women. In 2008, for instance, about 46 of white men who married outside their race chose Hispanic spouse, or approximately 27 married an Asian woman. An additional 7% married a black woman, and 20% married someone from another racial or ethnic group. Let me put my face on this camera. So Venus, you don't know what the fuck you talking about. White men, the 9% of white men are marrying outside their race higher than black men. You want me to show you that stat again, Venus? You don't know what the fuck you talking about. You're just talking. And Izzy Bands up there letting her get away with it. And Izzy Bands is very intelligent. As of the most recent data, approximately 9% of white men in the United States marry someone of a different race. And they even give you the source. Right? So this most married, see, this even says it. Most Americans marry within their race. Right? I'm not going to read all of this right here. You can stop the damn show. Let me zoom into it right quick. So do it like that. All right. So this is what this is the source right here. Percentage who marry someone of a different race. So blue is from 1980, 2008 is green. Right. Data represents 12 months prior to the survey. So this is in 2010. Pew Research 2010, all right? It's men and women. So which one is black? This is just saying women and men. Oh, so white men and women who married out. So white women married out at a higher rate, men married out at a higher rate. Asian is the light blue. Other is the gray. 7% is black. So white men are giving their economic wealth out to mainly Asian and other and Hispanic. And Hispanic. Let me see if it tells you the percentage of that. So let me go back to Chat GBT. Right. So in 2008, about 9% of white men had a spouse of a different race compared to 7% in 2000. This upward trends reflect broader societal changes and increases in acceptance of interracial marriages. So let me ask this question. This is not to Venus. This is for white. This is to white dudes. So white men, why is your white pale ass getting up on YouTube, crying and bitching and complaining about Pookie and Ray Ray fucking white women when you're all going around the place fucking everybody else's bitch? When anytime there is a Twitter feed of a black man dating a Becky, there's always some white motherfuckers in that comment section talking about, and black women is under there too. But what the white men say, they say that, oh, this Becky, you're fucking up your genetics, or you're fucking up your race, or you're a coal burner. But white men are out here dropping pearls into clams out here. You have a lot of pearl makers out here. You're dropping pearls into Asian bitches. You're dropping pearls into Mexican bitches, Hispanic bitches, and other bitches, whatever you call other bitches, but mainly Hispanic bitches. Let me show you the stat again, motherfucker. Let me show you the shit again. Hold on. Let me show y'all. Let me show y'all. This side. Look at this. Look at this. Look. If white women are coal burners, then Hispanic women are pearl makers, pearl forgers. Look at this. But back to Venus. Venus, you don't know what the fuck you talking about. Just talking shit.
financially, a lot of them believe in staying within their own group, and I kind of agree with them on that. I'm not gonna lie.
I showed you the stats that proved you something wrong. So let me show you this. All right, so let me go to ChatGPT again. ChatGPT. So can you measure that? Can you find out what the percentages of black men, and for white men, can you see what the percentages of them dating outside their race as of 2025? Black men, approximately 15% of married black men are married to non-black women. Of this group, 8% are married to white women and 4% to Hispanic women. This trend has remained relatively stable over the past decades. White men, around 12% of white men who marry are in interracial unions. Among these, the most common pairings are with Hispanic and Asian women. So, white men are just 3% behind black men. But what y'all taking out of consideration, as I was trying to show, is that white women outnumber black men. So let me ask this. So when it comes to pairing, even though approximately 15% of black men are marrying outside their race compared to white men, white men, so when it comes to the pairings, I see 4% Hispanic women and I see 8% white women. But white men of that 12% are marrying Hispanic women higher and Asian women higher. Is that true to that? So overall, interracial marriage, approximately 15% have a spouse different. Let me see if it's on StreamYard. Yes, it is. This figure remains relatively stable in years, right? Overall, 12% of white men are married to someone of a different race, right? All right, so then can you show me the pairing percentage of white men? Or like, are white men dating Hispanic women more than black men, and are they dating Asian women more than they are dating black men, or other more than black men? Can you show that pairing for white men and what they date? Okay, so can you show me the numbers of Hispanic women and Asian women that white men are marrying? Chat GBT. So let me ask you this. So with the 8%, so compared to white men, and can you show me the numbers that relate to this? Are white men marrying Hispanics at a higher percentage than black men? Can you show that comparison with the numbers? That's what you're not showing me so far. Why is this shit not showing me the fucking numbers? I wanted to do a now listen to the sentence. A black person like Venus or Izzy Bands, they're gonna take this sentence out of context. Black men are more likely to marry white women, whereas white men are more likely to marry Hispanic. But they're gonna take this is what white people have historically done to black dudes, like with the per capita argument with the murder rate. And I think I might show you that into this one. And I think I've done videos about that on my channel already. But this is what white men have done to black men historically in this country is they'll take a surface level statistic, but they won't break down the full context. So spouse ethnicity, black men are more likely to marry white women, whereas white men are more likely to marry Hispanic or Asian women. But this is not showing you the numbers. This is why I want to show you the numbers, right? Black men have a slightly higher overall rate of interracial marriage than compared to white men. But what this is not showing you is that white women outnumber black men. So let me show you how this. So, question: do you think that the population would account for black men's marriage rate being slightly higher than white men, meaning that white men are a bigger group than black men? Like, for example, in New York, I think white women outnumber black men. I think black men are like 800,000, and white women are like 1 million or something like that. So do you think that because white women and even Hispanic women outnumber black men, that it would that rate of black men marrying interracially is going to be higher than white men? Do you think that counts for something? Population pool effect. Measure. I'm gonna do this here on this video. Now, can you fact check my thinking? Can you fact check this and make sure to fact check yourself too? See what ChatGPT does is it pulls information from various sources, right? According to the U.S. Census Bureau, quick facts of New York City, Black African alone, approximately 24% of the population, white alone, 32% of the population. All right, so right off the bat, nationally, approximately 50% of America, right? So, right, Black men have a higher pool of potential partners outside their race, which may contribute to a higher interracial marriage rate amongst Black men compared to white men. However, it's essential to consider that other factors such as cultural preference, social networks, and historical context also influence marriage patterns. Yes, relative to population sizes of Black men and women compared to white and Hispanic women in New York City likely influence the interracial marriage rates. While population imbalance may contribute to higher interracial marriage rates amongst Black men, it's one of several factors that shape these patterns. So, can you break down the other 6 patterns? Percent, right? Roughly 12% of white men marrying outside their race. The most common pairings are white men with Hispanic or Asian women. White men marrying Black women are comparatively are rare, 7%. Among interracial marriages involving Black men, white women are most common non-Black partners, 8%, followed by Hispanic women. So white women commonly marry non-Black partners at 8%. Right? Hold on, let me see. Black men prefer white women. So okay, so this is in that context. My bad. Are most common non-Black partners, followed by Hispanic women, 4%. Right? Population size influences interracial marriage rates. Areas where Black men are outnumbered by white and Hispanic women, example in New York, see higher interracial rates for Black men. White men generally have a larger population pool of same race women, lowering the proportion marrying outside their race. Asian women marrying outside their races less frequently. Asian women tend to marry within their race more often than other groups. This contrasts with Hispanic and Black women who have a higher rate of interracial marriage depending on region. Regional and urban factors affect patterns. Urban areas with diverse population, New York, Los Angeles, and Miami, show higher interracial marriage rates across the board. Rural or less diverse areas see lower rates, often concentrated among Black men and white men marrying outside their race. So, this is the context that a lot of people missing. That the population imbalance is if Black men, remember, if you have Black men who are, where is the percentage? If you have Black men who are 24% of the well, this is Black people alone. All right, so can you give me the objectivity of the population of Black men in New York State versus white women in New York State? And then can you break it down to New York City? And then can you break it down between the 5 boroughs in New York, if that's possible? Remember, I need the objective facts. So let's see what this is saying. See, it's pulling from the sources. And it gives you New York State, Black African American population 2.6 million. Percentage of Black or African American population 13.7%. Male population 9.8 million. Estimated Black male population approximately 1.1 million, assuming 40% of the Black population is male. So, all right. So 1.1 million. Total population, New York City, that's the 5 boroughs, right? 1.7, that's for people. For male, approximately 4.4 million. Estimated Black male population among approximately 700,000. That's an even lower population in the state. Observation. So then it's even giving you the census data, right? So it's giving you the sources. State versus citywide. New York City has a higher percentage of Black residents, 20.2% compared to the state average, which is 13.7. Population density. While Black male population is larger in New York State, it's more densely concentrated in New York City. Interracial marriage rates, the higher concentration of Black men in New York City may influence interracial marriage patterns as they have a larger pool of potential partners outside their race. So can you do that very same breakdown of white women? So this is white women, 5.15 million versus the 1.1 million. That's in the state. This is 2020, 5 years ago, right? 1.36 million versus the 700,000 in the state. Statewide versus citywide. And remember the higher concentration. So in the state, so in the city, it's a higher concentration of 700,000 Black men versus the concentration of 1.36 million. So a Black man is going to be a Black man, because he's a very minority group, is going to have more potential dating suitors. His buffet is going to be plentiful as opposed to white men. And what's so funny is that, all right, so can you do that same breakdown of Black women? Roughly the same. Okay, ChatGPT, I'm gonna need you to fact check yourself about the population of Black women, because I know Black women population is slightly higher than Black male population. Okay, so this is what it is, right? So Black female population. So based on census data, can you make sure you put the sources down in here? So look at this. White women outnumber everybody overall. Can you cite the sources? All right, so it's giving out the sources right here. Black demographic by demographics by race. So y'all could slow down this video and y'all could go look into these sources yourselves, right? So New York State, 20,000. So they're slightly higher. So even if every black male were to date every black woman, there's still 20,000 left over. That's going to be outnumbered by that 1.36 million. But remember, it's 8% that's dating the white women. And I think I remember I went over here and I shared this tab. What I was trying to get ChatGPT to show, the 12% of white men that are dating outside their race. You see, this is what they're dating out of married out in 2008. White men and white women who married out, right? So men married Hispanic women at 46%. They married black at 7% rarely. They married 27%. And this is other at 20%. So even though, let me put my face up. So even though black men are marrying at a higher percentage, and I showed you that's because he's outnumbered, he's only dating white women at 8%, and then Hispanic women at 4%, and then other at 3%. White men, they're dating 12%, which is less than black men. But let me fix my camera. But white men are dating, as I showed you, they're dating Hispanic men. Right? This is as of 2008. This is from prb.org. Right? It says most Americans married in their race. So that's the proper context that a lot of you niggas miss when you like to say black men are dating outside of their race at a higher percentage than white men and whatever else y'all like to say, which is something that white people have done to black people historically. And here you go, you have Negroes like Venus and everybody else on this panel doing the same shit.
But let me say this. So let me ask you a question. If you are an athlete,
and let me look at the black athlete thing. Do a new chat. So chat GBT, are there more black athletes and celebrities married to black women or have black wives than there are white women or white wives? Right here, research show that black men are more likely to marry black women than marry white women. But in absolute numbers among celebrities, it can vary in sports, NFL, NBA, entertainment. Celebrity interracial marriages tend to be more publicized when a black man marries a white woman, which can skew perception. Hold on. Okay, I'm showing this. It can skew your perception, which Chucker Yale, the baboon, admitted to that. LeBron, Savannah James, Denzel Washington. And by the way, Vanessa Bryant is not white. She whatever. From observation among top tier athletes, celebrities, black men marrying black women is slightly more common. Step 3, media bias. Among high profile black men, athletes, actors, and musicians, the majority historically currently still marry black women, though interracial marriages with white women are notably more publicized. So you have to ask black women and the rest of America, if, especially white dudes, if you do not like uh, black men marrying white women, why do y'all push that out center stage for everybody to see? Why is that being the most thing pushed? Wouldn't you advertise the black athletes that's married to black women? But anyway,
right? And you these sisters, they want to get with you, but they want to get with you for your money.
here go
They
the
either
argument.
set you up to get robbed
Here go the argument.
or to get possibly deleted, or they either put a paternity suit on you or put some kind of scandal on you to extrapolate your resources. Do you still think that it's in your best interest to just get with someone because they are the same skin color as you? Or do you think it's in your best interest to get with someone who's going to truly have your back, truly be into you, and truly care about your outcome and what's best?
I think when you even frame it that way, that's implying that every black woman is gonna do what you just said.
No, I'm not. It's not. But I think about people like Terrell Owens, who said that black women didn't even look his way, or other athletes who said that the black girls used to want to get with them, but they used to want them for this or want them for that. And so what I'm saying is, again,
I wish I could find those transcripts.
I understand the sentiment that you're speaking from. At the same time, I haven't even spoke on love. I think that you should find somebody who's compatible with you, who's going to work with you, and who's going to have your best interest and your best at heart, no matter what race they are, so to speak. That's
And
what my thoughts are.
and I think that those black men are foolish if they think that those women don't want their resources. That's the craziest thing in the world.
Yeah, but black women want black men's resources too. So now you're putting black men into a box. Like I don't know what. If the logic is those women want those men's resources too, but we're watching black women fuck over those black men and take their resources as well. Where do you expect black men to go and do? How is the resources staying within the community, Venus? If black women are fucking them over and taking their resources, and so are white women. And you said it's not all black women that's doing that. So how do you know it's all white women that's doing that? If it's not all black women that's fucking over black men for the resources, the logic applies to the white women that get with them. And how do you know they're with them for their resources? I wish I could have said that on the panel, but I couldn't because I can't interject because Izzy Band, he the hyena protector. The only way Izzy Band gonna let that happen is if Angry Man is on the show, but that's his homeboy from way back. So I have no power over it to do anything.
World. Those women wouldn't be looking their way if they didn't have those resources. A lot of them, they just go about it differently, and they're
Stick a pin to what she just said.
a little bit smarter with how they move. But they absolutely, all women want resources. They want a man.
Yeah, but black women wouldn't be looking at black men if they didn't have resources either. The black women wouldn't be looking towards those black men who are athletes if they didn't have resources either.
Who's resourceful? Let's be clear. We all want that. It doesn't change because of the race. Um, but yeah, no, I disagree. The compatibility somehow, again, all these other groups somehow manage to find at a majority scale somebody compatible within their own race. I think
But white men are marrying Hispanic women and Asian women and other groups of women at a higher percentage than black men are marrying out. And I told you why. Right? Black men may be marrying 15% out. But when it comes to who they're pairing up with, white men are pairing up mostly with Hispanic women and Asian women, more than who black men are pairing up with.
black men make a lot of excuses because of the internalized self-hatred and the way you guys worship whiteness.
That is projection to the max. Oh, I can't wait to break it down today.
And so you kind of find these roundabout ways to justify it, but at the end of the day, I think that's what it is a lot of times.
That's interesting because I don't even in any shape, form, or fashion. I prefer my sister. I prefer I get the compatible for me who's going to
You notice that white men don't say no bullshit like that, man. I prefer my white queens, my white sisters. But you know what y'all are doing? Y'all are simping for black women. So you know what? Black women want y'all to only simp for them. But you don't hear white men saying that. I prefer my white sister. I prefer my white queen, my white goddess.
To have my best interests at heart, who's gonna have my back. And so yeah, woman wants, but she doesn't want to. That's not a good situation. The community grows.
Yeah, but
Is it?
just
Is it?
again, the way you're framing it makes it seem like you can't find a black woman who's gonna actually care about you, right?
No,
It's
but
like
I'm
at the
not
end of the
saying
day,
that.
yeah.
I'm not saying that. Waving the back, I noticed you want the briefly, and you are broke. See, you got it.
I don't see it the same. Right? That requires. This is what they want to go with this particular circumstance and situation. Below standard, right? Resources, direct access to resources. Like that's all I want to say.
Broke. See,
Black men get better treatment. The first thing I really want to say is, are we entering the Kardashians into this conversation at all? Because for every black woman that y'all can come up with that does the exact same thing, there are many a white women who do it as well.
See, Izzy Bynes, you a motherfucker. Because you use my words against me, but you won't check her words. She said many white women. How is it many white women doing the same thing to black men when black men are only dating white women at 8%? And she brought up the Kardashians, which comes to my next motherfucking line right here. Kim Kardashian and Kanye West. I hope my motherfucking voice is here. Yeah, it's there. Yeah, let's get it. Kim Kardashian's support for Kanye West's business ventures. She has played a significant role in his business endeavors. Notably, she has been instrumental in promoting his Yeezy brand, and her support has ventures in various ways. After their divorce, Kardashian continued to support West's business interests, including his stakes in SKIMS, her own shapewear brand, which reached a $4 billion valuation in 2023. West's 5% stake in Skims potentially shows him to benefit financially from its success. Right? This is the things I want to bring about Kim Kardashian. Y'all brought up the wrong bitch. Y'all should have brought up somebody else. Contrary to the belief that Kardashian holds a traditional college degree, she did not graduate from college. She attended Pierce College in Los Angeles, but did not complete her degree. However, she pursued a non-traditional path to legal education through California's Law Office Study Program, an apprenticeship-based role that allows individuals to study law under the mentorship of practicing attorneys. Over 6 years, she did. That's interesting. Over 6 years, she dedicated over 5,000 hours to her legal studies, balancing this with her business ventures and family life. In 2005, Kardashian graduated from this program, making her eligible to sit for the California bar exam. Kardashian has been vocal advocate for criminal justice reform, particularly focused on cases involving nonviolent offenders. Her efforts gained national attention in 2018 when she successfully see, I gotta fix my speech. Successfully lobbied for the release of Alice Marie Johnson, a black woman, by the way, a first nonviolent drug offender serving a life sentence. This advocacy led to the creation of her documentary, Kim Kardashian West. This advocacy led to the creation of Kim Kardashian West, the Justice Project, which highlighted several cases of individuals who believed were unjustly incarcerated. Additionally, she has been involved in initiatives that contribute to the release of 17 nonviolent federal prisoners within a 3-month period. So not only is Kim Kardashian beneficial to Kanye West after the divorce, she's been beneficial to black people. Kim Kardashian's advocacy helped secure the release of a majority of 17 nonviolent federal prisoners over a relatively short period. Most of these were first-time nonviolent offenders, often serving excessively long sentences for drug-related offenses. Key points. She worked directly with legal teams and in some cases lobbied the Trump administration to grant clemency or sentence commutation. I think I did that on a previous live. I think I was critiquing Joe Biden, so I did talk about that. Clemency or sentence no, I'm not going to talk about that in this video. My bad. One of her most famous cases was Alice Marie Johnson, whose life sentence was for a nonviolent drug offenses was commuted. Other cases included both men and women, many of whom were serving disproportionate sentences relative to their crimes, right? So this is that. During their marriage, Kim supported Kanye's business ventures, especially with the Yeezy brand and other financial endeavors. Reports indicate that even after the divorce, she did not withhold financial benefits from him. In fact, some of the arrangements allowed Kanye to continue profiting from deals that she helped establish or facilitate. This contrasts sharply with the narrative that she screwed him over financially. In reality, she enhanced his earnings potential both during and after marriage. How many black celebrities, where the black woman was married to that black man, did she enhance that nigga after divorce? Let me look this up. The fact that we gotta do this shit. So Michael Jordan, y'all really keep talking about Michael Jordan and him marrying a white chick. He was married to let me show y'all this. This white chick he's with, this is no, I don't even think that's the new wife, but Michael Jordan paid Juanita Venue around 160 million after their divorce. So Juanita Venue. That's him keeping resources to the black culture, right? Where's her picture? Hanoi. This is his wife that divorced him and took $168 million from him. This is a black woman, Venus. Where is that? Tell me something, Venus. Is that wealth in which she divorced from Michael Jordan taken? Is she putting that back into the black community, or is she keeping that to herself? Remember, how you keep wealth within your community is within the context of a family unit and a relationship or marriage, in which you can pass down that wealth to your generation or through your lineage, right? But hold on. I didn't. I'm not showing the. Let me add my fault. Move this. Add that. This is Michael Jordan's ex-wife that divorced him for $168 million after their divorce. See, I want to do this dumbass whatever astrology shit. All right. Largest. Look how they're making fun of this nigga. They're making fun of this nigga. His wife divorced this nigga. He was the top nigga, and she divorced this nigga. Why they not making fun of her? They're not shaming her for divorcing a top tier nigga. They're shaming him for getting got by this black chick. And now y'all are upset that he's with an Italian white woman. Look at this. And he had her sign a prenup. She's Cuban, but she's white in here. All right. Let's look up another athlete. Since y'all signed. Oh, look at this. This is Xavier Worthy and Tia Jones, right? Remember, he had to get sidelined out of a couple games. And she cheated. She was the one who was committing infidelity. The legal drama began when Jones filed for a protective order against Worthy, alleging an incident of domestic violence in early March. She claimed that after a training session, Worthy became physically aggressive when she did not pay attention to him or his dog. What? The allegation led to Worthy's brief arrest, casting a shadow over his rising NFL career. Worthy responded with a legal action of his own, accusing Jones of stealing $300,000 worth of valuable damage to his property and assaulting him by pulling out his dreadlocks. He also requested a protective order despite the intense. And I remember a lot of you black ass niggas, not on Izzy Band's panel. I'm not talking Izzy Band. A lot of black niggas were shaming this nigga as he got beat up. Decided not to pursue charges against Worthy after further investigation. All right. Let me look at Travis. But according to Trucker Yale, these women that these men are going are dealing with are 3 or 4. So that means the chick that Xavier Worthy was a 3 or 4. Was a 3 or 4. Mind you, a black woman doesn't have to be a 3 or 4 to fuck you over. She could be a regular everyday chick. She could just be crazy. In fact, oh no, I'm gonna do that one later. All right. Let's look at Travis. Max ChatGPT. Can you bring up high-profile athletes, black athletes that have black wives, and whether black women divorced them or divorced them and took half their money or their earnings? So okay, so I'm gonna look at this. Dwayne Wade and Silvana. Wade agreed to $5 million in settlement. I think Samantha Serpy, this is a white chick right here. So this is 2 black women compared to this one white chick, Samantha Serpy, Shaquille O'Neal, and Shawnee. All right, so that's that. This is one. Remember on the panel, I said, one white bitch fucking over a black dude is like lightning hitting twice in the same spot. Right. So this is 2 black chicks that divorced their man and took their wealth. Right. Can you give me some more black athletes who are married to black women that where the black woman divorced them and took large settlements? I think Tyrese Gibson. And remember, Tyrese Gibson is married to a couple black women, right? So he's bringing up. Was married to. I think his first black woman he married to, they did divorce, took half his stuff, and then the second one, right? Michael Jordan, right? Shaquille O'Neal, Imani Trump. Remember this? Charlie Bell, Kenya Bell. Let me look up this. Kenya Bell. This is a black woman right here, right? She was on Basketball Wives. All right. Kenya Bell. These are black women that are divorcing. So Venus, were these black women like Imani Trump and Tatiana Taylor? Were these black women? Oh shit! I didn't even know this. Taylor got fined $70,000 for breaching the divorce agreement. Ooh. I gotta do it. I gotta do that video on this. Mind you, this is Samantha Sarpy, right? I think this is a white chick right here. Yeah, this is a white woman right here. One white white woman, out of the one, two, three, and four black women. One white woman who did this to a black man, right? That did this to a black man versus the four black women. Remember, I said a white woman fucking over a black man is like lightning hitting the same place twice. I said that in Izzy Band's chat. Why? Because most black athletes date or marry black women. Let me look this up in let me go into Google right quick and look up something. Tony Braxton, I don't even want to look into that. So this is talking about Russell Wilson, Russell Simmons, and Kamari Simmons, Dwayne Wade. We ain't talking about Bill Gates, bitch ass. I don't care. No, this is athletes. All right. Oh shit. That black queen did they divorce? But y'all not talking about maybe this white man taking half her shit. Y'all don't talk about Halle Berry. Nima, Nacy Nash, Jay Tucker. Who is this? We forgot about this one. Bam and Little Scrappy. Neo, Crystal Rady, Megan Good, Devon Franklin. Remember, Megan Good was supposed to be the church nigga and shit. Sterling Shepard, Chanel. I didn't even know this. They got a divorce? Oh, hold on. Let me look at. My point is being proven, right? One Asian chick. Well, this is a black woman and white dude. One interracial couple out of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6. So the chances of, but in this case, this is an Asian bitch. And I think he just won something. I think he won custody or something with Jeannie Ma or some shit. I don't remember. But this one Asian bitch, out of all the black women that divorced their man and took a bunch of shit. Hey, so look how they call this nigga the trouble actor, Jonathan Majors. That is fucked up. I hate society. I hate you niggas. I hate black niggas. I hate black culture because black culture has become a hostile place for black men. And we don't want to acknowledge that shit. Look at this. One Asian bitch. Let's look at a batch of couples. My point is gonna get proven about a white woman or an interracial chick fucking over a black man. It's going to be like a drop in a bucket compared to the ocean of black men that get fucked over by black women when it comes to celebrities and athletes and in real life. All right, let's go. Let me see if I can find some more. Oh, this is signed 20 black athletes that lost millions because of divorce. Let's look at this video. Let's look at this video. Let's see out of the 20. Let's see how many of them are white or non-black. Let's go. My point is going to be proven. How y'all not bringing up this? And this white boy took half of his shit and took the wealth into his community. How y'all talking about that? Monsters Ball. Was Halle Berry race loyal in Monsters Ball? She got an Academy Award for that. So this black couple, number one. Black man, black woman. Damn. No, I'm not messing with Beyonce. No. I don't want that beef. One white woman. Let's go. Two white women. But Kim Kardashian, you can't count Kim Kardashian because she actually enhanced Kanye West during and after the marriage. Oh, I'm not sharing the chat. My bad. Man, I gotta get better at this.
Who served divorce papers to her famous rapper husband at the gravesite of his grandma.
Dr. Dre and Nicole Young's divorce is one of the most dramatic in Hollywood.
Well, let me see what Nicole Young's. I think she's Asian. Nicole Young nationality. So Tiger Woods and Nicole Young. That's two non-black women. I might be wrong in this video. What's her damn background? They're not telling us what's her damn nationality, nigga. We want to know what the bitch nationality. My bad, Dr. Dre. I mean that. I don't want to smoke. I don't want that smoke with Beyonce people. I don't want none of that smoke. So saying her nationality is American. Hold on. That's the wrong person. Hold on. Okay, let's say she's Latin. Let's just say she's Latin. Let's say so she's non-black. We're gonna count her as non-black, right? Y'all don't count mixed women as black anyway in black culture nowadays. So it really don't matter.
In recent years, after being married for 24 years, Nicole filed for divorce in June 2020, accusing Dr. Dre of misconduct. They had tied the knot in 1996, and there was a big debate about whether they had signed a prenuptial months.
Dr. Dre divorce.
In the end, million amounts of money are one of the most
when I got married
in memory.
I knew what I was getting into when I got married to Michael. Being together 6 years, I've seen everything that I could possibly see before we got married.
Michael Jordan and Juanita Vinoy met and fell in love in 1980 later.
So we spoke about that.
The couple
so,
come to their second
so far
son,
it's
Marcus.
been Tiger Woods, and so far it's been Dr. Dre. So that's two non-black women. So let's go on. So this is
and Dog been better. 2002 trying to work 160 marriage and
She didn't have
married
situation. Made better judgments.
Nicole and Eddie Murphy
that's two black women. Let's go.
Married in a grand ceremony in 1993, which became one of the most talked about events of that year. They were together for 12 years and had 5 children before Nicole filed for divorce. In 2005, the divorce was settled peacefully. with Nicole reportedly receiving a $15 million settlement. After the divorce, Nicole faced financial challenges. She was tricked out of $10 million by her childhood friend, Troy Stratos, who promised to help her invest the money. Despite this setback, Nicole was able to bounce back by focusing on her career, and Eddie Murphy continued to thrive in his career.
I've been suffering from post-traumatic
Performances.
I've been through a lot. I've been suffering from post-traumatic stress. It's been a tough journey.
Bob Johnson, co-founder of BET and the first Black billionaire in America, was married to Sheila Crump for 30 years before they divorced in 2002.
Where's my face at? Let me put my face on the screen. That's 3 Black women married to high-profile Black men, and they divorced them. Let's go. Let's go. Venus, Izzy Band. What happened? Founder of BET, billionaire. Black woman turned to Sticky Brown. What happened? Let me see what's happening with BET. Right? All right, let's go.
Their marriage, which started in 1969, ended in one of
I
the
am going to subscribe to the Brother Black Culture Rewind. Shout out to you.
largest divorce settlements in history, with Sheila receiving a reported $400 million. The divorce was resolved peacefully, allowing both to advance.
Venus. So how is that $400 million resources going back to the community? Or is that sticking in the individual pockets of his ex?
In their careers. After the divorce, Sheila Crump Johnson used her settlement to create a new career in the hospitality business. She started Salamander Hotels and Resorts.
Okay. You know what, Venus? I might give you that. But that hotel and that resort, is that benefiting specifically Black people in the Black community? Or is it benefiting other people, with nationality of people?
Becoming a well-known name in the luxury hotel who had handled her divorce. 2005, she remarried William T. Newman Jr., the judge who had handled her divorce.
Man.
Sheila also holds major stakes in professional sports teams, such as the WNBA's Washington Mystics, to turn a significant financial settlement into lasting wealth and influence across multiple industries.
So I guess, Venus, in this one case, you are absolutely correct. She took that money and she put it back into the community. I stand corrected on this instance.
But
in what sense?
Well, you think a little bit more before you say I love.
At the 1984 Olympics.
Okay, this is 3 non-Black women. Shit, Venus, you might shit, nigga. Damn, I might lose. But I said a white woman. But let's continue.
Their marriage lasted for 9 years before Diane filed for divorce per month in spousal support. The divorce was settled without maid. A former continued to support their 2 children. Maya succeed and has remained worldwide.
And filed for divorce.
Now her soon-to-be ex-husband says he
made it official and filed for divorce.
Now her soon-to-be ex-husband.
So that's 4 Black women right now.
Husband says
won and kept their relationship 29. Sector filed battle. They settled in 2003 with 25 songwriter and after a music career, drawing inspiration, but they could move on. They received $1 and many of 1991.
He wants his
made it official.
Janet Jackson and Renee Elizondo married
a whole Latin man. Did you call her a race traitor or sellout? And she divorced. Let's say
secretly in 1991, but in 1999 they separated due to irreconcilable support. Initially asking for $25 million. After a long legal battle, they settled in 2003, with Renee receiving $10 million. The divorce was difficult for both, but they could move on. Janet continued to excel into key in these to focus on despite their split.
Now, today, based on the stock, $800 million to the government illegally. And now I'm fighting to get my half of it back.
Russell Simmons, a hip-hop businessman, and Kimora Lee Simmons.
I saw this. I might be losing. I might be losing. So this is what, like, I guess, like 3. This is about like what? the third or fourth non-black chick versus the other 4 black women.
A model and entrepreneur. 1992, Kim of the divorced Mirren, while Russell could only visit under supervisors every 3, both and new ventures.
What could be that we're close to officially.
Forbes became public. The
I
most
might be losing.
which included
no,
divorces in
I
history.
I did mention Tiger Woods earlier. So.
Ellen received a
So it's
settlement
top
of
5.
100 custody despite the and up divorce.
Despite being an ex-NBA player, he raked in over $12 million throughout the entire.
Sheldon Williams, 2016. They
5. So far it's been 5 black women versus I think what 4 non-black women. Let's go.
met through the as part of the stead of ongoing building their life. The process remains a celebrated. While Sheldon has pursued his endeavors, their separation, her career, Candace process, who agreed, allowed both to avoid monthly payments. And
this looks like Charleston White's son.
focus on rebuilding their lives. They also agreed to joint custody of their dog. Both have continued to and has expanded her reflects a commitment to moving forward.
I have a credit card. I'm not allowed to drive.
Oh, yes. Married film producer Stephen Belafonte in 2000.
So did this black woman sell out her black race by marrying this white man? And did the resources go back into his community after he took her money?
2007 relationship faced serious. Mel B 5 to years of this, leading to 40,000. Mel B focused advocate for vacation.
Was alone in the thick of their.
Married Martin Kendu Isaacs in 2003, but their relationship ended after 12 years when Mary filed for divorce in 2016, citing irreconcilable
watch
differences.
What I do.
During the divorce, Mary revealed that Kendu had been unfaithful, lied to her, and misused her money. The divorce received significant media attention, especially when Kendu requested $130,000 per month in spousal support.
Yeah.
A judge.
Hold on. So listen, mind you, the logic of Venus, that money is going back into the community.
Eventually decided Mary would pay him $30,000 per month, which she described as unfair and frustrating. The payments burdened Mary financially, but she channeled her emotions into her outlet for her challenges.
That $30,000 a month compared to Michael Jordan and the BT brother?
Committed to
monthly and above $2 million.
Financial settlement. Maceo, Barry recently Michael Strong years before their divorce in 2006. The separation became high. Port $1,000 on rebates of cohorts, growing and
they need that kind of money for. She left me, and she's trying to take my life.
2 black women divorced Tyrese. I might be winning again.
With 2007, the separation accused her prenup. 6th, Tyrese was divorced and focused on his positional commitment. 1988. Their relationship.
So Tyrese, 2 black women divorced them, and here go Mike Tyson with Robin Gibbons. So what? That was what? Who? We're gonna go back. We're gonna tally it up.
Abusive, but later stated that she never received this amount. The separation was finalized without further legal battles, but both endured significant in her well in the aftermath. Both impact
Also agreed December.
And lasted nearly 7 years.
I already counted Kim Kardashian.
Years before different too. From 200 of the which attract divorce finalized in married for 22 years before separating in 2008. Their divorce finalized in 20.
I forgot. Y'all don't count mixed or light-skinned women as truly black. So
20. All decided that left with only $7.
I don't know how
Despite
to
this
count
challenging
I don't know
outcome,
where to place her.
she managed to rebuild as she secured hard work even after meeting a few years earlier. Their relationship began with love and creative collaboration, but eventually turned sour. While 7 with the court ordered 40,000 for child. Despite these challenges, position professional
We're given such about it.
Usher and Temeka Foster married and filed for November. Temeka claimed Mecca was not children of the more.
Usher's mom, Tina Nelson,
married inside a war from his rich up their items and any.
I'm skipping past this because I don't want to spend my time too much on it. So, this is 1 non-black chick. This is 1 black man, black chick. 2 black women. 3 black women. Married the damn judge. This is 2 non-black women now. Oh, I can't count these. 3 non-black women versus 2. So now it's 3 black women versus 3 non-black women. Can't count that one. Can counter count this? No, can't count that. Can't count that one. So it's 4 white women versus 3 black women. Technically, Tyrese.
Singer work. Married Norma Mitchell in 2007. Their marriage ended after 2 years,
So that's
with the
4 black
divorce
women.
finalized until over their daughter. The proceeding mandated that care for Cher's upbringing. The divorce focused on position and commitment.
Property stay $40 million.
So y'all don't count Tyrese Gibson's mixed chick as black. So 5 and 4. Well, Mike Tyson, this is 6 black women. Kim K, that's 5. Man, you know what I mean. I don't feel like counting this shit up. Anyway. Okay, let's go back to Izzy Banks.
There are many of other races of women that do it. So again, you know where I stand. Bad people are bad people. It does not matter the race. But I do agree with Venus in the sense of it does feel, at least on these internet conversations, like men purposely try to downgrade all the black women instead of saying, you know what, there are good black women that I am compatible with. But if I am to date someone, I'm open to it, or I'm open to every race. Because again,
The only time I've seen here on YouTube in these panels, now I'm not disagreeing with what she said, because I've heard that too, but that's not the majority of the panels. The majority of the panels is this black women. I don't even think that's what they're saying directly. I don't even think they're downgrading black women. I think they're just saying we prefer to date outside their race. And then they're telling you the reasons why they don't date black women. Either the reasons are black women didn't like me, or black women, have a big expectation on me, or don't respect me, or they don't listen.
even to just bring Sharon in because he's on the panel, Sharon never has to say, my wife, if she happens to be a white Russian woman, does not quarrel except goes when it comes down to me. Now,
point that I'm trying to say, Rogue, see, that's fair. I should make any just because be open to who's going to treat us the same.
For the, I'm sorry, just because for the treatment of it, because that's the that's the point I'm kind of stuck on when I hear black men say I get treated better. A lot of black women can come out and say the same thing. I'm really gonna say, look at JP's baby mamas. I'm sure they can talk about how a black man treated them poorly.
So this is what black women do, and motherfucking Izzy Band laughing his ass off like that's something funny. JP represents the pookies of black culture. JP don't represent the black men who are out here doing what they're supposed to be doing. JP is the minority that black women choose to open their legs to and go into relationships with. The rest of black men are upwardly mobile and do what they're supposed to be doing. But they're called the lames, the squares, the suckers, the losers. Mind you, let me put my face up here. Oh, my face been up here, my bad. But it was on the stage, so yeah, I was hearing it. In black culture, this is how backward we are. Because the pookies are getting more boxed than the regular niggas like myself, they have more game than me, even though they're pookie and rare and they're broke. But because our brother is out here into trades, into constructions, or they have other brothers who are nerds, who are doing good in their life, upwardly mobile, they can't get access to the best of black women. So because of that, we're deemed as losers and lames and squares and suckers. Even though we are making good money, because remember, the majority of black men, as I showed you the income, are making the average earning of $50K a year, right? The average black man is out here working and doing what they're supposed to be doing. We're deemed as the losers or the lames. So black women don't fuck with us like that. Remember, 51% of black men are not married. I think I showed you that. Only 31% of them are married. And 85% of that 31% marry black women. I think the stat, hold on, let me go to black demographics right quick. Look at population. Black marriage. So black men, 51% of black men are not married or never married, right? I don't know if this is adult men or this includes teens, like from 15 or 16 to up, right? And black women, shit, black millennials are making good money. Right. So let me look at the should I click this? No. Trying to find I'm trying to find burp. Let me see if I can put that in there. So look at this. 54% of black men don't have kids, right? So look at this. So 54% of black men don't have any children, right? Let's look back at population. No, my bad. 54% of black men don't have any children. And then let's look at the marriage. 51% of black men are not married. I wonder if there's any correlation with that. I wonder if there's any correlation with that. All right. But let me go back to what Venus was saying right quick.
So again, it does not. They can talk about how a black man treated them poorly. So again, it does not compute to me to just kind of just be like, all right, I'm giving up on the entire race.
But that's what black women were saying. And I'm going to show you that. That's what black women were saying about black men. But I don't remember any of y'all checking them. I don't remember seeing Easy Bands or any of those panels checking them. You might be doing it now.
Because I just assume, because you dated, I'm sure you did not date every white woman. So again, you can't.
Right. So if I haven't dated every white woman, right, which I have, I dated black women, white women, Latin women, Mexican women. Like I told you, I've been all over New York and been all over. Well, I haven't been all over the planet. I only been to Puerto Rico, Canada, Jamaica, my home island. But I've been across America, like Connecticut, Florida, New Jersey. I've been to Virginia, right? I have a sister that lives in VA. So I've been around and I've dated quite a bit out here in New York, right? I dated white women that were good, and I dated white women who were full of shit. My whole point, that dating is on an individual basis. We're talking about culturally now, which is more objective than individual or relative, right? Well, even if I haven't dated every white woman, that doesn't mean that I am going to date a bad white woman. Just like it doesn't mean I'm going to date a good white woman. But if the white woman that I have dated, even though I haven't dated all white women, which would be impossible to date all white women, like it'd be impossible to date all black women. But if in general, if I'm dating black woman after black woman after black woman after black woman after black woman, and I keep getting a certain treatment, then I go date white women. I go date at a different restaurant, and I'm getting better treatment. Then I say, okay, you know what? Maybe that was a fluke. Then I go back to that white restaurant, and I get better treatment again and again and again and again. Logic, what does that say? That I'm getting better treatment somewhere else than I am at home. Why do we not want to look at that objectively and say, what's going on? What about black women that where black men keep dating them, and those black women are not treating them with respect, or not treating them how black men say they want black women to treat them?
And just assume that every white woman is going to treat you well. Because again, those are those ain't shit white women, Hispanic, Asian women who do only see you as a lick, who do.
And so do black women. So what should the options be for black men? Let me go put my face on the camera. Since the white woman and the Asian woman and all these other groups of women can look you like a lick, and black women look at black men like a lick. You know how I know? Because every time black men becomes a gentleman, he takes her out, he treats her good, she calls him a sucker and lame, and tries to run game on him. And what we do in black culture is you don't hold black women accountable for that. We say it's his fault because he picked the wrong chick. But multiple black men keep going through the same situation. So instead of cleaning up the poison pool, we keep blaming the black man and say, maybe you should put on a gas mask. Maybe you should put on a diving suit instead of just cleaning the fucking pool. All right. And by the way,
who only see you as a fetish, who do only want you for one thing and one thing only.
Let me ask y'all a question, because
so what do black women want black men for? What is it that black women want black men for? Because on these panels, not this one, but in these YouTube streets and in real life, it seems to me that black women only want black men to use them for their money, treat them as a wallet, not respect them. Remember, only 31% of them are married, of black men and women are married, even though 85% of that 31% are married to black women. But what is it that y'all want from black men? I showed you the statistics of black men are making good money. What is it that y'all want? Black men are the most involved father in the children's lives. What else do you want from black men? And these are these lies that Easy Bands facilitates on this panel. But remember, she said that you haven't dated all white women. So if I haven't dated all white women, how do I know if these women want to fuck me over or not, or take my money over or not? I don't know that. Just like I don't know if all of them are good, right? So just like I shouldn't assume that all of them are good, I shouldn't assume that all of them are bad. It's fear tactics to scare you brothers. Stay with black women who too are also fucking you up and taking you for your money. Don't go see what else is out there. That's what that is.
Because I don't. So help me understand from you, Roxy, and to stick alleged racist you. Then what?
Of course, I'm going to address it, but no,
I
it's
got
not for me.
With that. I don't
better because if they want to go to white women, the treatment is usually better. I'm like, how do you know that?
Right. I don't like,
because from my experience and other brothers' experience who've dated white women, I have noticed a better treatment. Not one white woman, not two white women, not three white women, not 12 white women. I have noticed. I noticed when I dated Asian women. I told you I used to go to Queensborough Community College. Where it's a Queensborough Community College is right there next to Queen College, and I think John Jay is up there by Bayside, right? And I live in Cambridge Heights, Queens currently. And I can go to Green Acres Mall, Elmont, Long Island is right there. There's a lot of Mexicans in Elmont. There's a lot of Asians out there too. There's a lot of Asians in Flushing, in Forest Hills. I've dated in these areas. So I can tell you my experience and the experience I see other brothers experience. What I'm speaking about, I'm talking about, I think I was actively dating 20, 25, 26, 27, 28, up until my 30. I'm now 33. So 3 years ago, I kind of cut dating to focus more on work and getting into construction and that stuff. So I'm not speaking from non-experience. This is why it bothered me that Sharon basically, this nigga Sharon came out and talked about, I don't know what I'm talking about, and I haven't stepped outside. It's hard not to step outside in New York City. I've done martial arts or combat sports. I've competed a lot. I'm currently doing MMA, and I travel a whole lot of places, bro. So I don't just have a point of view from New York or East New York, Brooklyn or Queens or Harlem. You see what I'm saying? But I went to Canada, and black men are outnumbered over there in Canada. White women treat them very well over there. Of course, is there going to be the few instances of where the bad white chick does something to the brother? Yes, but culturally, black men are in high commodity over there in Canada. They love them niggas over there, especially if you're a Jamaican nigga, they love you over there. Or some kind of Caribbean nigga. I'm telling you the experience. The experience I experienced when I went to Canada. And I've been to Canada quite a few times. I have Caribbean family over there. So I know what I'm saying. And I've seen brothers, I've seen Rasta Brethren over there experience good life. But I don't think I could say that on here. But the white chick he was with, fine. Look good. And there were black women up there that had white men up there too. And we didn't hate on them. The Canadian white boy, he loved him with some Jamaican poem and some Haitian poem and some Black American poem. I seen it. So that's why I was speaking the way I was speaking, because I'm outside. But Sharon Bailey talking about I'm from East New York, Brooklyn. I'm from East New York, Brooklyn too, nigga. I got a big Caribbean family out there in Linden Boulevard, Flatbush, by Pinkhausen Projects, over there on Liberty Avenue. I have a big family in Brooklyn. Big. I got some top shotters as family members too. So I know what I'm talking about. And Brooklyn is very multicultural, various different nationalities. Brooklyn is not just stuck to East New York. Y'all should know that. That's common sense. Right? But even though I understood, because when you go back to the 80s, and well, I can speak for the 90s and the 2000s, there were a lot of taboos about Italian women, Puerto Rican women, Spanish women dating brothers. But it slowly changed as you started getting to the 2010s, the 2015s, and the 2020s. I've noticed that. I think I'm starting to become an old nigga now, right? Because I'm literally living life and seeing the things change and evolve, right? Let's get back to what these
like that either. Shout out to DJ Wishstop. Appreciate you, bro, for the $4.99. After that, I appreciate y'all coming on. Peace, y'all support. I got you, but I just don't want
to. You ain't gotta force somebody to speak to me. I do not care.
My bad, truck.
Jamaican.
Do not.
Yeah,
that's Kiss Yardy. Kiss Yardy Gaming. Kiss Yardy Gaming. Yeah.
But I do not.
Yeah.
Truck, you there? Trucker might be traveling.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you
Can
now.
hear
My
me?
bad. Yeah, you Chanel, you're next.
Oh, what I'm gonna get down after this. But what I was gonna say is the only reason you get that treatment because y'all keep trying to change hoes into wives. I'm just gonna keep it.
There it is. Trucker yell. See, it's when black men. It's either when black men. So let me hear what he said. Let me.
You get this because some obvious reason. But what I was gonna say is the only reason you get that treatment because y'all keep trying to change hoes into wives. I'm just gonna keep it above. And I
Yeah,
keep
but how do you?
reiterating this. You can't sit. Hold on. Just like you just sat here and said, the treatment is better and all this other stuff. Majority of the time, okay. But let's keep it a buck. A lot of dudes trying to turn these motherfucking females. You tend for that.
But earlier, Rogue C said you haven't dated all white women, so you don't know, implying that you don't know if the white woman is good or bad. So how the hell is Trucker Yale assumption allowed to persist? Nobody's checking your Trucker Yale right there. How do you know that all these men who are dating these women are all three are dudes trying to turn 3 or 4s into housewives? I just showed y'all a video of black women married to black men, and they divorced them and took half their stuff. Were those black women hoes too? Was Jeannie Ma a hoe too? A woman has to be a hoe to fuck you over and take half your stuff? It's either black men are dating hoes, or if he's dating outside his race, the type of woman he's dating is busted and ugly. If the bitch is fine, it's a hoe. So I'm getting better treatment, not because the woman is a good woman and she's a lady, but because she's a hoe. Listen to that logic. Why do we do? You got black men doing this to other black men, the same shit that the slave master used to do this nigga all through the 80s and 90s. Now you got black men and black women doing this. This is what bothers me, because I'm not up here playing. I take this shit seriously. I take the treatment of what's going on with black men very seriously, whether you're a Caribbean nigga, Haitian nigga, Jamaican nigga, or Black American nigga. I'm seeing a problem, and I take it seriously. Y'all niggas is playing with this.
Into wives when y'all know they not wives.
How do you know a chick is not a wife? Unless you vet her properly. And even that.
Just keep it above. Y'all will go with them instead of actually choosing a woman that you really need.
Let me put my damn face on it. My face is there. Trucker, yeah. You think a black man is going into a relationship thinking that, man, I'm picking this woman that I don't need? He's actually honestly going into that relationship thinking that this woman is going to do good to me. Honestly. Then she becomes something different. Most of the women that present themselves, they don't present themselves as hoes in the first couple of, I want to say, yeah, the first couple of years. I know this because I used to date. One of my vetting things was I used to vet chicks for like a year or two. And I never used to smash on the first couple of weeks. Just to see how respectful she was, how retentive she was, how, how well she moved or respond when I corrected her on certain things. So I used to date like that in my 20s because I was given game by a couple of the elders, brothers I used to roll with when I was doing my thing. You feel me? Do you think black men are going into these situations because they don't need that type of chick? So just like what's her name told you, you know all these what you haven't dated all these white women. How do you know that all these black men are doing this? Imani Trump liked Tatiana Taylor. Tatiana Taylor was a hoe. Then she presented herself to be a hoe to him. A lot of these brothers that are getting fucked over by these black women, they're going in that situation, honest intention, and likes the chick, needs the chick. Michael Jordan didn't need his wife, his first wife. Like, come on, bro.
So we gonna stop that.
No, we're gonna keep talking.
I really don't disagree with the women. I really don't.
Of course you don't.
You don't. It's not
Yeah.
because I got let, and then
point out that black men are getting the treatment somewhat, but better treatment at a different restaurant. It's always said, well, you're trying to turn these chicks we know as hoes into wives. How do we know that? How do you measure that? Instead of saying, okay, cool. What black men are obviously going to another restaurant and they're getting better service. How can black women improve? When black women were dating outside their race all throughout the 80s and the 90s, and they're throwing it in black men's face, the black men say, get mad about that, or did we say how could we improve? Well, black women saying black men need to take care of their kids.
That never happened.
Oh, she said, you laughing? That never happened. Let's go. Never happened. Never happened, huh? Oh, these hoes lie. You know what? Let me play out the rest of that show. Let me play out the rest of this show. I want the full context.
Hold on.
Up the current over the past COVID. That's what y'all were doing. When black women were doing it, it was looking for other options. Black men are dating when black women are dating outside their race. It's not framed as she's trying to pick a white man up from the bottom. When black men are dating outside their race, it's he's trying to turn hoes into housewives.
Did he say he was 33? I'm sorry, I just need clarification.
Yeah, he did say that after Chanel truck.
I thought we was having a back and forth, man.
No, trucker. Then I'm gonna pass it forth, and this is a big. I'd like trucker, and then go ahead, Chanel. What say you?
Hey, party people. People should date whoever the hell that when they think people.
And then trucker, and the truck is. Hold on, trucker. I'm gonna go back and forth, and this is a.
Got this nigga.
And I'm gonna pass it. Hold on. Then I'm gonna pass it because it's gonna go back and forth.
Orangutan looking ass up, trucker yelp.
And this is a bigger
make head
conversation. After truck is okay. Go after me, then you got.
People should stop this narrative and uneducated with money. So let's just say work hard. Now I'm saying what's the difference for what society reasons. Just let listening to this should only. It's just like black women in jail for 3-4 years or whatever is going on, and we stay in. He in jail have for the longest road for black men, like for real, like holding them down. He in jail for 3-4 years or whatever is going on.
Yeah, I've been doing that for the Pookie and Ray Ray niggas. I ain't doing that for the regular niggas that's free. But you notice that black women never hold down the brother that's working 9 to 5, driving the bus. He's too broken, dusty. He don't hold down a regular nigga that's doing construction. She don't hold down a regular nigga doing construction. She always holding down a Pookie and Ray Ray going to jail in and out. That's the men who they talking about, who they hold down when they going in jail. Is a broke nigga, a Pookie, a gangbanger, a thug. They don't do this holding down a black man for the regular everyday nigga.
And we stay in a lot of those times. We stay in trying to hold it down, because you want your baby to have a father in his life or whatever your reason is.
I'm about to debunk everything that was said on this.
That we're just do better.
Black men need to
close mind. I guess in the 90s or whatever. Throwing black women were, I guess in the 90s or whatever, all the black women. So the guy that was saying like black women were, I guess in the 90s or whatever, throwing something in them were, they assigned that to all the black women. So the guy that was saying like black women were, I guess in the 90s or other men, and they're happy. How's that? Go down.
That's not fair, right? We're having a conversation.
Which part?
Hold on, having a conversation. He didn't even agree with what he said, but he's entitled to what he. Okay, well, okay. So now,
and the cookies up there, you getting boxed behind the scenes, nigga. Of course you don't agree.
This is another thing. My bad. I got a lot. It's okay. I'll do trucker real quick because this is a dope discussion. Oh damn, you got it.
I'm gonna just say it like this. I hear what he's trying to say, but it's just at the end of the day, man, it's your choice. Like, if there's no love black people, I'm not gonna see it.
Yeah, look, keep loving
I
black
still think
women. That all right. Keep loving them. No matter how many times they disrespect you, talk shit to you, and do y'all greasy, keep loving them.
they'll be with a black woman. I love black people. I'm not gonna, she did that. I still understand what I'm saying. But even though she did that, yeah, but would tell my sisters, go get you a white daddy. You wanna you understand what I'm saying? Go get you a, used to tell me don't bring no white milk in the house. But would tell my sisters, go get you a white daddy. You wanna would tell my choice. Like trying to say, but say it like you made me.
Trucker, you got welcome back for a second. Uncle Jeff, welcome back. Okay, go ahead. Oh damn.
You made me this one over that back and forth. I'm gonna just say it like this. I hear what he's trying to say, but it's just at the end of the day, man, it's your choice. Like hell, even my mom used to tell me don't bring no white milk in the house, but would tell my sisters go get you a white daddy. You wanna you understand what I'm saying? But even though she did that, I still end up being with a black woman. I love black people. I'm not gonna.
Trucker, you see how confused black men are? This is a mental sickness. You was told not to bring no white girl in your house, but told a black. You said, let me see. Let me tell you what he said again.
See that? You understand what I'm saying? But even though she did that, you would tell my sisters. Even my mom used to tell me don't bring no white milk in the house, but would tell my sisters go get you a white daddy. You understand what I'm saying? But even though she did that, I still.
But your mama black, Trucker, yeah. You know that's the exact same thing they tell black men when they dead outside his race. Ain't your mama black? But your mama told you some bullshit, and you still love black women. That's how black women say that to brothers. No matter what bullshit your black mama did to you, you should still date black women because your mama black, even though she did some bullshit and said some bullshit. But that's how black men are confused. A lot of y'all niggas is crazy.
With a black woman, I love black people. I'm not gonna see it. No, I don't respect.
So then, why can't black men love his black mama and black women and still date outside his race?
Black hole. I don't respect that. But I just see here the agenda that seems like majority of the athletes is messing with white women. But that's not true. They just
So Trucker Yale agrees that's not true. No, I'm gonna get to my I'm gonna get to what I want to present. Don't worry.
show the athletes and all the goofy shit is mostly out of hatred of his loves.
Heard that people were.
I don't know why do men and women who are older than me that was around on black women saying doing that, it wasn't called hatred towards black men or punching down. When black men are saying today in 2025, we dating this type of chick because I'm getting better treatment here. It's called we're preaching hate or punching down. A couple years back, the black women were doing the same thing with the whole swirl life this and swirl life that. That wasn't looked at as black women were punching down on black men or hate. But when we saying it, it's called that way. Like, I don't know why people are hypocritical, or like we went through like a time warp, or we forgot.
Hold on, hold on, Trucker.
I'm triggering Rogue and Trucker. Yeah, y'all know what I'm saying is true.
Real quick. 80s and 90s, from my experience, it wasn't.
I didn't talk about what your experience. That's a subjective bullshit that black women do. I think Izzy Benz is a hyena in lion's clothing. I think that's what you is, Izzy Benz.
Black women were not, from my experience, what I've seen, were not heavily with other races of men.
Let me see what I say.
Real quick. In a second. Hold on.
I don't know why people are hypocritical, but when we saying it, it's that as black, the same thing with the whole swirl life this and swirl life that. That we're saying it, it's we forgot.
Again, let me just say
right there.
Hold on real quick. A second, and then I'm gonna pass the thing. So in the real second, let me just say this, and yes, you can hold on, Trucker. I'm gonna pass the thing. Women were not the men. Women were sold to the idea of only dealing with black men and not dealing with other races of men. Just
really?
from my experience. Go ahead, Roxy.
I want Roxy to finish.
No, because Izzy, you took it right out my mouth. I'm so confused with this brother when he said he's 30 during that time.
Hold on.
So of course you're going.
I didn't. Izzy,
wait, hold you finish the one insomnia after that.
Yeah,
go ahead, Roxy. You can finish.
I was trying to say something here. Okay.
Go ahead. Quick kiss.
I didn't. Izzy,
wait, hold on.
What's going on during that time?
Hold on.
So of course you're going.
I didn't. Izzy,
wait, hold on.
What's going on 33, sir? You are maybe those times, and that's why I'm so. Black women were known to be the most race loyal, especially during those times, and that's
bang, 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 bang. Let's get into the presentation. I guess y'all gonna call me nerds and lames. I don't give a fuck. All right. So the talk show era that I'm speaking about, all right. From Oprah, Sally, Jesse, Raphael, Jenny Jones, Maury Montana, and it sucks that I couldn't find these videos. Right? It just sucks. Right? Even Tyra Banks, there was heavy run episodes with titles like "Why Can't Black Men Commit?" "Deadbeat Dads," "Why They Don't Take Care of Their Kids?" "Why Black Men Date White Women?" Right? So this conversation is not new. They were often framed as hard conversations about they leaned heavily into the most sensational and dysfunctional stories. Producers would produce cast guests who fit stereotypes: loud, combative black women on one side and impressionable, irresponsible, womanizing black men on the other side. While some black women were sincerely expressing personal pain, the way these shows edited, framed, and selected guests amplified negative archetypes of black men and gave them a mass media platform. This meant that the large white audience and even young black viewers were absorbing these portrayals as truths. So how is y'all most the race loyal if you were watching these programs, propaganda, as Izzy Barnes phrased it, and you took them as truths? Were black women being racial toward black men? I meant to put race loyal. In a cultural sense, yes. Sometimes racial antagonism isn't only between races. It can happen within the same racial group, right? Many of these public call-outs of black men played into white-dominated media stereotypes: lazy, violent, hypersexual, that were historically used to justify oppression. When black women took these grievances onto majority white media platforms without equal time given to positive depictions, it became a public airing of racialized grievances in a way that hurt black men's collective image. This isn't to say black women's criticism were always baseless. There were genuine issues like fatherlessness or infidelity, but the manner of and venue in which they were aired often aligned with white media agendas that were never meant to fix the community, just to entertain or scandalize. The irony with white women: some black women at the time accused black men of abandoning them for white women, often framing it as betrayal. Yet the same shows watched heavily by white audiences normalized that idea that black men were dysfunctional partners. This paradoxically made white women seem like saviors or better options in the media narrative. So while criticizing black men for dating white women, these same media portrayals unintentionally drove white women toward black men by painting them as sexy bad boys or projects to fix. It was a media two-step, demonizing and fetishizing simultaneously, because that's what it was, right? Because what happened is, by you demonizing brothers, it made them seem more attractive to white women. The cultural consequences. Public perception reinforced to non-black viewers that black men were unreliable or dangerous. Internalized division fueled distrust between black men and women. Generational echo. Younger black women grew up seeing these images and sometimes carried those narratives into their dating expectations. So how are you guys the most race loyal to black men if you were watching these programs and they were affecting your perception of black men and how you treated them and what you expected of them. But we want to ignore this. You have grown-ass black men on there ignoring this. Race loyalty defined. In Black American history, race loyalty has meant standing with your racial group in public, even if you have criticism in private, protecting the image of your people against hostile outside narratives, which black women did not do. Avoid actions that strengthen stereotypes or weaken collective dignity. This idea comes from the long tradition during segregation and Jim Crow. Both black men and women knew that public perception could mean life or death for the community, so dirty laundry was kept in house, which black women did not do a good job of keeping that dirty laundry in house, is what I'm trying to say, right? The talk show era problem. From the 80s to the 2000s, daytime talk shows flipped this dynamic. Black women were often incentivized, sometimes even paid, to come on and tell their truth about black men. The producers knew the loud arguments and outrageous claims would boost ratings. Instead of a nuanced conversations, these became public spectacles where dysfunction was aired to mostly white audience. And black women, I don't want to hear that these producers spoke because they paid you to go on there and you accepted payment. So you need to hold those black women accountable. In race loyalty terms, that's a breach because it made black men look bad in front of white majority audience. Strengthen anti-black male stereotypes already used by police, employers, and courts. Did nothing to fix the actual relationship issues inside the black community. The hypocrisy with white women. On these shows, some black women would criticize black men for dating white women, betray them, yet the same public bashing of black men made white women look like more appealing, less confrontational option. It was almost like feeding a pipeline, turning black men into villains for a white audience, but projects to fix for white women. From a race loyalty perspective, that's self-defeating. You can't claim to be protecting the race if your public words make interracial dating more attractive and on your own men's public image more damage. Because what black women didn't know is that you chase your black men into the arms of white women, and white women got more attractive because the type of black men you were presenting on there, and let them know that these men are pursuing them. And y'all said that black men are a fetish. The bottom line, a pure race loyalty in pure race loyalty terms. Yes, going on white platform to air one-sided grievances against black men without balance or protection of the image was portrayal of race loyalty. It aligned more with white media's profit-driven need to keep black men looking dangerous, dysfunctional, and or undesirable. Whether personal truth, those women had the venue and presentation undermined solidarity. But see, they didn't give that to black men, or black men were not allowed to do that. And I'm gonna show some videos on YouTube on how, right? Black women publicly portray black men as villains, abusive, broke, unfaithful, or emotionally unavailable, often on white-owned platform talk shows then, YouTube and TikTok now. They then promote or glamorize dating outside the race, not just as personal choice, but as a solution to the problem of black men. They frame it as liberation. Strolling advocates, divestors, or influencers claim the black community is holding them hostage by expecting them to date black men. Listen to the words. And I have a video to back this up, right? You're not going to read all of this. You could pause the video and read this yourself. All right. Historically, in communities facing systematic oppression, race loyalty meant handling internal issues, protecting the group, avoiding feeding into racist stereotypes, which is what the conscious community was at that time, right? These public smear narratives give hostile outsiders sound bites to justify discrimination, right? Push young black women away from black men without addressing real root problem. Leave younger black men alienated and defensive, fueling more division. All right, so let me go. Let me pull up the video I'm talking about. There's two videos I want to pull up. The main one I want to pull up to show you what I'm talking about. Black news. Share this tab. Move that, add that. Let's get it.
There's a new look of love we're seeing more and more. More these days. From entertainment.
Hold on. I hope Revolt doesn't copyright me. So let me take this off the stage and just put my face on here and let the sound play.
To red carpets, to the Supreme Court.
He's been the best husband, father, and friend I could ever imagine.
Take a look at all of these women. What do they have in common? Black women dating and in many cases marrying white men. 27-year-old Charity Lawson might just be the next high-profile Black woman with a white husband. The star of ABC's The Bachelorette is looking for love on season 20.
This is Revolt TV. Revolt Black News. Let me show you the description. Look. I'm a white and married to a Black woman, and I couldn't. Is this white man right here taking his resources out of his white community and putting it into black women? Look at this comment. But anyway, Revolt Black News. I want to show y'all something. So Rogue and Izzy Bands and all the rest of you nigga baboons. Look at this. I want to play this for a second. Please don't.
The Supreme Court, he's been the best husband, father, and friend I could ever imagine.
Take a look at all of these women. What do they have in common?
The most race loyal. There it is.
Black women dating and in many cases marrying white men. 27-year-old Charity Lawson might just be the next high-profile Black woman with a white husband. The star of ABC's The Bachelorette is looking for love on season 20 of the dating competition. Only 9 of her 25 suitors are Black. She recently sat down with R. Kennedy Rue to discuss finding love across the color line.
I will say, like, I probably did have a type, like, obviously when I was a lot younger, and I think that's just, like, what your environment is, like, that's who you're around. But, like,
as a pretty Black woman right here.
I've gotten older, as I've gotten to know myself, it's like, I don't like to say that I have a type because I connect with people for who stands out to me. And that
white men. But Black women with white men isn't just the stuff of Hollywood. It's a trend that's growing in real life, too. In 1980, 3% of Black women were married to white men. Today, that number is 4 times that at 12.
Hold on. Izzy Bands, you told me that. I don't think they're getting this from Pew Research. Looks like that's what it is. Izzy Bands, you told me that Black women were marrying outside. Black men were marrying at twice as much. Well, Black women are at 12%, and it's grown.
Black women really do love Black men.
As a group, Black women have been the slowest to dip their toes.
I saw that clip, and the rest of that clip, she said some very disparaging shit about Black men. The chick that they showed. But let me take this off the screen because I don't want to get copywritten.
Into the interracial dating pool, one of the most racially loyal when it comes to relationships.
I don't care what nobody says.
I told you that is a talking point that they all use.
When a Black man loves you.
When it comes to Black women having interracial relationships,
I think
they have a problem when it comes to Black women having interracial relationships.
I would argue that,
and I'm going to show you how that's full of shit.
That when Black women are seen as deviating from the upholding the, I want to have like quotes here, like upholding the Black family structure, that is received differently than when Black men do it.
The show that I just played of Izzy Bynes proved that to be wrong. The show that Izzy Bynes had proved what was just said to be wrong. The presentation I showed you proved that to be wrong. Because remember, the baboon, Trucker Yale, Chakra Baboon, was talking about greasy, talking about how black men hate themselves. You had the black woman up there talking about it's a sign of self-hatred. Sharon Bailey up there talking about it was self-hatred. Let me play what Sharon was saying. Hold on. Let me play what Sharon's punk ass was saying.
That's why I'm so confused with this brother. Know what was going on?
Hold on. Did you let her finish, Brooksy? I had to with Interracial, and so
It was so popular for black people to be so pro-black at that time. My parents.
And I agree. I remember that time, but at the same time, you had the propaganda being pushed, and it pushed out into not being pro-black with your black men. Where's Sharon's bullshit at? Because I dropped out of this shit, like, because I couldn't be up there no more, bro.
That these talk shows was also just black women.
What going on here? Black women were just doing it, but the propaganda was there.
So just black male bashing. But when we go back and we peel back the onion, we actually go back to had these one-off shows, and you'll be able to find a clip or two.
And that's the problem. You only can find a clip or two. You can't find what I watched on TV, and most black men watched on TV. You can't find them for some reason.
But as a whole, if you watch the shows and you was actually a part of that, those were specific shows, specific.
And I was part of that era too. I'm 1992.
Specific women that wanted to share. Yes, because
I feel you, man. I'm and Helen Willis. Interracial dating was still a big deal in the 70s and 80s. It was like huge.
Yeah, it was a big deal against black men, not black women, against black men. I'm gonna show that.
Yep.
I'm from it's meant. Let me read it right. Of 80, so 85% of black men have a black wife.
No,
he went somewhere.
Hold on,
kids.
No.
You didn't hear the shit that.
All right, I'm not gonna sit up here and scour this shit for Sharon Bailey. Fuck that nigga anyway. Let me go back to that Revolt video. Because it's chopping on like I think 4 hours, so I don't want to make.
Historically, interracial dating in the black community meant black men dating white women. Black men twice as likely to have a spouse of another race.
And I already broke that down. What twice as likely means. The twice as likely they're talking about is 4% Latin and 8% white. I showed you those statistics earlier on in the show.
So much so that it became a cliche. But more and more black women have been facing a dilemma. They're the most educated group in the country and also the most likely to be unpartnered at a staggering 62%. When it comes to their prospective partners, black...
You notice they're not looking at it as an emergency that 51% of black men, as I showed, don't have any children. Let me show y'all this. 51% of black men are not married. What was the stats that they showed on here?
Black men are staggering group in the country and also the most likely to be unpartnered at a staggering 62%.
All right, so let me show you. Let me go back to this stat. So this is as of 2023. Black men are 51%. Black women are 49%. So black women are most likely to get married. All right. Black men are not married. And remember, black men are a smaller group than black women. All right. 10% divorce, 13% divorce, 2% widow. All right. I think I had something with the birth. So black men and fertility. Notice they're not talking about how it's an emergency that 54% of black men don't have any children. Let's look at black women. Black women are having more children than black men. That's 54%. Why is that not being shown as an emergency? If in order to increase population, you need black men to mate with black women. But hold on, 61% of black women by their 40s, right? So 46% of black men age had a child compared to 61% of black women. So 61% of black women are having children. So that means they're paired up with somebody. 54% of black men don't have any children. But they're not phrasing that as an emergency. Let's go here.
Men are less likely than sisters to have completed high school or received a college degree. So black women are 53% less likely to marry a man with advanced degrees. And
you see what they're doing? That's a low-key way to say that black men are lacking. I told them that on the damn panel. I'm not going to go scour it to go show you, but I told them that on the panel. They're stepping out to dead outside the race by presenting to you that black men are lacking, or we're not educational, or we don't have a degree. Not having a degree doesn't mean you can't make more money. Let me show y'all something again on this. Income. We when it comes to a single father black home for black men, right? Single father, that's $55K a year on average. The family median incomes, right? So does lacking a degree means that he can't make the money? No. And does that, when you mean that when you're married as married couples, does that mean that you can't make close to six figures? No. So how could Venus complain about black men marrying outside their race and how that's going to affect the economic base of the black community, which y'all don't give a fuck about because you don't want to go 50-50 with a black man. But then I show you videos of black revolt saying that black men are lacking in education and black men don't have any degrees and black women are the most educated. But they're the most educated, but black men are making more money than them. This is from the Census Bureau 2023. Let's go to ChatGPT right quick. As of 2025, black men compared to black women, who's making more of the average earning income by themselves? So here's the latest data as of mid-2025. On median usual weekly earnings for the full-time black male and female range. This is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, so you can read that yourself, right? Weekly earnings, black women. On average, black men earn more than black women, with men making approximately $1,100 more per week. To put that in context, black women earn about 89.5% of what black men earn in their median weekly pay. Full-time black men, black women. All right. So what does that look like? So what is the average earning income of black men and black women up until 2025? Let's say from around 2023. Now, mind you, Black Revolt, it's not, remember Venus said that, remember on the panel, they was talking about how black men should just date black women without putting down black women or do that because that's what you choose to do. In this show, Revolt, listen to
One out of every 6 less high comes to their be unpartnered at a staggering 62%. Also, Black women have been facing a dilemma. They're the most educated group in the country and also the most likely to be unpartnered at a staggering 62%. When it comes to their prospective partners, Black men are less likely than sisters to have completed high school or received.
Where's my face? Is that Black women punching down on Black men? That's Black women saying they want to date outside their race with their choice. But the reason why they want to date outside their race is because Black men are lacking here, here, and here. Is that considered as self-hate or punching down on Black men? Listen to what was said. Like Ving Rhames said, nigga, this is just a rerun for me. I've heard this in the 80s and the 90s, or in the 90s. I could speak for the 90s, the 2000s, and now currently today. And you got older niggas like Easy Bands and Uncle Jeff who was in it, ground zero, and pretended they don't know. Y'all playing.
The college degree. So Black women are 53%.
Let me go back to ChatGPT right quick. All right. So in general, how are Black men earning this income? Is it through most mainly jobs that have college degrees, or is it basically coming from trades or trucking or construction? How are they earning their average income, if you can find that? All right. So mind you, they can't track it, right? So they're saying that education and earnings more equals more. Across all groups, higher education attainment leads to higher earnings. So this is telling you the master degrees. And they said the data isn't specific to Black men. Similar trends hold education boosts earnings for all individuals, though it does not fully close racial gender gaps, right? Black men underrepresent in higher paying professional, executive, and managerial roles compared to white and Asian counterparts. They're more likely to be concentrated in blue collar or service sector, often in lower skilled roles such as laborers, operators, or service workers. These occupational distributions contribute significantly to the overall earnings disparities and explain much of the income gap relative to other demographic groups. All right? So reading in between the lines, Black men, even though they don't have big college degrees, how are they still earning Black women? So let's get it. Earnings are elevated by education, but the benefit is uneven. Black women with degrees still often earn less than their peers in higher paying professionals. Average income among Black men is shaped more by who they work as and where, rather than educational credentials alone. Many are employed in sectors like trades, trucking, and construction, important and oftentimes well-compensated professions, but these roles tend to cluster lower in the income distribution compared to white-collar roles. Some also pursue skilled trades that don't require college but can offer solid pay. Electricians, plumbing, logistics, however, these fields still generally fall below the upper echelons of professional incomes. Educational attainment. Higher degrees correlate with higher earnings, but the costs and returns vary. All right. Many hold blue-collar jobs or service jobs, fewer and higher pay roles like management. Average income is affected by the job type than education status alone. So what you're saying is that Black men don't really need a college degree to out-earn other groups, right? Because he could get a trade skill, he could be in construction, and then he can raise up through the hierarchy of that, or even start his own business. Because there's a lot of trade jobs where if a Black man becomes, like, say, a master plumber, I think he's making around $70K a year or something like that. Degrees do open doors, but the return on investment isn't always the same for black men compared to white or Asian men. Studies show that even degrees, black men often earn less than equally educated peers in many fields due to industry concentration and systematic barriers. Trades, trucking, logistics, and construction can provide stable, high-paying paths without requiring college debt. Which I think a lot of black women are having issues with college debt or some shit. Don't quote me on that. The unionized electrician or plumber can make 65 to 90K a year. Master plumbers and HVAC specialists, which is what I'm trying to get into, can clear 70K plus, sometimes six figures if self-employed or running a crew. Truck drivers, especially CDL, long haul hazmat certified, can hit 60K to 90K, and owner operators can gross even more. One huge difference: trades give ownership options. A black man can become a licensed contractor. So in construction, you have general contractors, which is like what I do, which is general construction. Then you have subcontractors, which is like HVAC, plumbing, carpentry, and they do something called a whole building approach, where they plan how they're going to systematically construct that building. So you have different teams, and they plan out and they map out how they're going to go about it. That's another topic for another video. In fact, many black men who move into construction contracting, landscaping, HVAC business, or trucking companies earn well above the average for their group, sometimes outpacing degree holders. But let's go back to this video instead. I say nothing more. I say nothing more. So how do you expect black men to want to date black women if black women don't want to date America? This video showing you. Hold on. Let me play the video. Let me play the video. No. I don't want to get copywritten struck.
Less likely to marry respective partners, black men are less likely than sisters to have completed high school or received a college degree. So black women are 53% less likely to marry a man with advanced degrees.
Venus, Easy Bynes, did you see this stat? Let me put the stat on the screen. Let me make sure you make sure you see this stat.
And less likely 2%. When it comes to their prospective partners, black men are less likely than sisters to have completed high school or received a college degree. So black women are 53% less likely to marry a man with advanced degrees. Black women are 53% less likely to marry a man with advanced degrees. And less likely than sisters to have completed high school or received a college degree. So black women are 53% less likely to marry a man with advanced degrees. And
less likely. So black women are not going to marry a black man because he doesn't have a degree in something or advanced degree in something. She's less likely at 53%. So let me ask ChatGPT that. Hold on one second. ChatGPT, when you say you're less likely to do something, that means you're not going to do that thing, correct? So when they make the comment, 53% of black women are less likely to marry a black man who has an advanced degree. What does that mean? If someone says 53% of black women are less likely to marry a black man with an advanced degree, here's what it usually means. Research compared marriage patterns between black men with advanced degrees, master's, doctorate, professional degree, and without those, and those without. They found out black women are less frequently marrying those degree-holding black men compared to how often they marry black men overall. The 53 figure would mean there's a 53 lower probability or reduced likelihood that the match happens based on observed data. It does not mean that over half of black women avoid educated black men by choice. That is impossible or rare. It just signals a measured trend in data, right? So, wait a minute. Turn on the light. Hold on, wait a minute. We can play back that video. I'm hearing something wrong. I'm hearing something wrong. Here's something wrong.
And one are 53% less likely to marry a man with advanced degree. So men are less likely than sisters when it comes to their to be unpartnered at a staggering 62%. When it comes to their to be unpartnered, they're the most educated group in the country and also the most likely to be unpartnered at a staggering 62%. When it comes to their prospective partners, Black men are less likely than sisters to have completed high school or received a college degree. So Black women are 53% less likely to marry a man with advanced degrees. And 1 out of every 6 Black.
So there you have it. 53% of Black women are less likely to marry a man with advanced degrees. But they're saying that Black men don't have those things, so they're not going to marry them. So maybe the reason why Black men are not getting married or marrying their sisters is because Black women don't see them as valuable to marry.
Men between 25 and 54 have disappeared from daily life. Incarceration and early deaths, the main drivers behind their absence, leading many Black women to expand their horizons.
Would you date a bus driver? Would you date
if he owns the bus?
See? This is Ebony K. Williams. I think that's her name. I don't remember. So now they're blaming incarceration rates, which happened during Joe Biden's 1994 crime bill, and a lot of Black men lost their jobs. Angry Man brings this up often. A lot of Black men lost their jobs because of NAFTA and because of the 94 crime bill, which I think I did a video about that when I was reviewing Joe Biden and the bee attacking his, not Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, when the bee was attacking his ass during the interview. There are plenty of Black men that are free today. There are plenty of Black men in their 30s like myself that don't have a record, that are free. The Black men that were on that dating show, they were also free. There are plenty of Black bachelor men that are out here very, very upward mobile that are free and available. Why are you women not picking them? Remember, 51% of Black men don't have any children, and 54% of them are not married. And I just showed you the stats that Black men are making good money outside of having a big degree.
He owns it.
But all these excuses on they don't want to marry. But when Black men are saying these things, we're making excuses. If I say I want to date a white chick because it's a better treatment, it's an excuse. Black women are making these excuses to why they want to choose to date white men, and they're making our image look stupid, even though it's not true. They just put a stat that said that because Black men are not getting high school diplomas and college degrees, that we're not making it seem like we're dumb, even though we're making more money than them financially.
So if you're then looking for a partner who you...
Let me ask ChatGPT this question. How much does the average bus driver make a year? Full-time and part-time. And say the bus driver is like a New York City bus driver, a Chicago bus driver, any metropolitan major city bus driver. So up here, I was showing you guys the average earned income, right? Yeah, I can pause the video and watch this. Look at this. All right, so this is what Black women were making. But Black men are making more than Black women. All right. 2025. So every year, our average earned income goes up. Since 2023. And then here, yeah, I can pause the video and look this up and read that. Same for right here. And for down here. Okay. I can pause the video, look into this. And I might do a video about this too. Right. New York City bus drivers. Average earning income of 53. For the broader New York, New Jersey City metro area, the mean annual wage for the bus driver is even higher, around 73K. A New Yorker article accounts that starting pay is 24.87 an hour, rising to 35.53 hour after 5 years, which corresponds to roughly 74K a year. The typical 40-hour work week with overtime, some operators earn over 100K, 6 figures. The max you can make in a bus salary is 114K after 6 years. So the top earners are pulling 44K of overtime per year. Entry level, 50K. Mid-career, 65 to 75K, with overtime up to 100K. So this is New York City. Chicago bus driver, a little bit lower, right? Average. So this is as of January 2025. So shout out to MTA bus drivers, even though y'all bullshitting, y'all ain't shit, y'all. Fuck y'all. Entry level Chicago, 90K here. National Metro, New York Metro. So New York, we popping. Chicago, you not. I was gonna say something, but I'm not gonna say it. Part-time LA, 90K hours. All right. So one can say that an average New York City bus driver is making good money. So is Chicago. Right. But let's get it. They just want the excuse to get outside their race, and they're just making it.
You're including education and income level in your determination of who's your quote unquote equal, then it makes like logical sense. You might also be in spaces and environments that are predominantly white.
For many Black women,
Remember earlier I talked about how the reason why Black men are dating outside their race is because white women outnumber them, especially in places like New York. We don't get that excuse. But she just made that excuse. But she's not going to be viewed as a self-hater. Listen to what she just said. Izzy Bands.
it isn't about
spaces and environments that are predominantly white.
For many Black,
also be in spaces and environments that are predominantly white.
For many Black women, it isn't about lack or problems with Black men, but about expanding options.
I don't think it's a Black man, white man. I think just people overall need to treat people how they want to be treated.
Of themselves, interracial marriage has only been legal for 55 years. A Black woman and her white husband breaking that barrier.
Race loyal. Mind you, there's a Black man trying to go to the Supreme Court to marry a white woman or loving a white woman. They'd have hung his black ass during this time. Remember, on the show with Izzy Bands, they talked about something during the 1970s. This case happened just 50 years ago. So let me
build you a house.
Years. A Black woman themselves, interracial marriage has only been legal for 55 years. A Black woman and her white husband breaking that barrier.
I'm gonna build you a house. Right here. Our house.
The 2016 film Loving depicted the story of Mildred and Richard Loving.
In here? What you doing in bed with that woman?
In 1958, the couple was sentenced to a year in prison for marrying each other. They appealed their conviction all the way to the Supreme Court. In prison.
What you doing in bed with that woman?
In
here? What you doing in bed with that woman?
In 1950.
If it was a Black nigga, they'd have drug his black ass outside in that yard and Emmett Till that motherfucker. Whatever.
1958, the couple was sentenced to a year in prison for marrying each other. They appealed their conviction all the way to the Supreme Court.
You realize this case could alter the Constitution of the United States.
And in June 1967, the court issued a unanimous decision overturning their convictions and making interracial marriage legal.
So white men did it. Yeah, white men did it. But I bet they wouldn't have did it if it was a nigga. Like
the
me.
history of Black women and white men hasn't always been so loving.
I made a choice, Mama. The same choice you made with Master Wales.
I didn't have no choice.
For centuries, an untold number of enslaved Black women were raped and abused by their white enslavers, who viewed them as property.
God give her Davy.
Today, these relationships still.
I want to show you. I want to show you something from. I want to show you something. I want to show you something. I hope to God I'm not gonna get a copyright strike. I hope to God. Some of you Black women, I hope he gets copyright. Shout out to AC Trill. I'm still watching a clip right now. Hold on. Monsters. Ball. Haley Berry. Oh, nigga. Let's say this shit. Haley Berry. Haley Berry. Haley Berry. Haley Berry. Haley Berry, the great Black woman. Everybody, oh shit, nigga, I found it. I'm not gonna play it. I'm not gonna play it. You're not gonna flag me today.
Please, little darling. Have you got a cigarette?
Yeah. But it looked to me like you don't really need to be smoking.
Come on. Have you got one?
I hope y'all can hear it.
Match?
So, is Hank here?
Yeah, He'll be back shortly. I'm Buck, his father. That for Hank?
Yeah.
Race loyalty.
It's a gift.
I'll see he gets it. Woo. Damn. Hank must have done something right to deserve a fine hat like this.
Guess he did.
In my prime, I had a thing for nigga juice myself.
Hold on. Let me play the video. Man.
Guess he did.
In my prime, I had a thing for nigga juice myself. I ain't just like his daddy. He ain't a man till he split dark oak.
And Haley Berry won the Best Actress for that. But anyway, let's go back to let's go back.
Still have their challenges.
Black folks don't really have a good relationship with boats.
That's very true. Or water.
Kind of like Jews with trains, right?
Oh, wow.
Bingo. Are you trying to compare the Holocaust to slavery?
Dr. Vanessa Gonlin is an assistant professor at the University of Georgia who did a study on Black women who date white men and the challenges they face.
It's a very uncomfortable conversation.
You ever figure out what happened with the potatoes and the ETA on this?
Most of the judgment comes from Black men and white women. So one of my interviewees said she was literally walking down the street with her white male partner, and a Black man called out her come back home system. And it stood out to me because, first of all, it's an example of a Black man saying, like, I'm not happy with this dynamic, but it's deeper than that because he's saying come back home as if she's lost her way.
Trucker Yell and Izzy Banks. Is that Judith Venus and the other bitch on there? Did you listen to that? Did you hear what was being said? This is revolt. This is revolt. This is who's saying it.
As if she's disconnected from her community, as if like she is further distanced from Blackness.
This is pure projection. Because this is what y'all did to Black men on that panel. With me.
And then when it was white women who showed discontent, usually it would be white women who were the mothers or the ex-wives or ex-girlfriends of the white male partner. So someone much closer to the relationship, which then meant that they had a different amount of.
Really? This is a chick, you're light skinned. Most dark skinned sisters or chocolate sisters wouldn't like you dating their dark skinned brother. They'd cuss you out. And I have another clip to show you of a talk show that proves this video wrong. I hope the God of the vote doesn't fucking copyright me. Is it this? Oh no, this is something different. This is from Fox Soul. Where's the clip? I had the clip somewhere up there. Venus is probably talking. I hope you don't find it. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find that motherfucker. I'm gonna find it. Oh yeah. I'm gonna find it. Yes, I will. I'm gonna find it. No, it's not this. I had it open as a tab. Did this one? There's one that I have open. Watch this. This is not the clip I was talking about, but this is on Cruise Season.
Man,
There it is.
you're not. You know why y'all do that? Y'all do that and go shit.
Shout
Y'all
out
be
to
thinking y'all the
Smooth.
only option. Baby, I can go date an Indian, a Hispanic, a white man. Y'all not the only options out here who think y'all doing well for yourself, and that's the problem. You know what's the problem? Y'all done put yourselves on a pedestal when it comes to Black women, and y'all need to bring it on down because we have gotten to start dating outside our race. Okay,
The most race lawyer.
and finding a white man. You're not. You know why y'all do that? Y'all do that and go make it look pretty, right? And we having a time of our lives.
You is. But the moment all that glamour run out, that feel ain't there, that culture ain't there, that hug ain't there, that hawking figure of a Black man ain't there. So you know what y'all do? Please, y'all stay with this good. He may be a good man, but he ain't giving you that feel.
Again.
My family don't look at him the same. He don't look right in pictures with me.
Smooth as a fool. But where's the clip? Bomba clap. Let me find it.
And in the opinion of my guests, beauty is not found within their own race. Meet Eric. He says that black women are too materialistic. He is not attracted to them, and he will not date them.
Hold on, let me pause it. Let me go back to the other clip to give you. Let me go back to the other clip. Play this.
So, for example, friend who was connected from her community. So one of my interviewees said she was literally walking down the street with her white partner, and a black man called at her "come back home" system. And it stood out to me because, first of all, it's an example of a black man saying, like, I'm not happy with this dynamic, but it's deeper than that because he's saying he's disconnected from her community as if like she is further distanced from blackness.
All right, so we're going to go back in time. We're going to go back in time to Ricky Lake. Oh, shit, here it is.
Now, wait a minute. Before we behead this poor guy, let's hear what
You hear what he said? Behead. Gonna behead the poor guy.
he has to say, okay? Why won't you date black women?
The experiences I've had with black women is basically the first thing they want to know is how much money do you have? What kind of car do you drive? What can you do for me? And so forth. My experiences.
So your experiences, you couldn't possibly have dated all the black women in this.
Hey, that's the same shit that me. That's wrong. That's the same shit. That's the same shit. You know when they say that, you discredit that person's own experience when you say you haven't dated all.
World,
No,
could you?
No, not at
So
all.
don't you think you're generalizing just a little?
That's an impossible thing to do. How do you date all black women?
I'm not generalizing for anyone else except for myself. What I'm saying is that in my experiences, that's what I.
Okay, you say that black women are greedy, selfish, and arrogant.
The ones that I have dated, that I've come in.
Any black woman want to take on that statement? Yes.
I think one of Venus's grandmother is in there or some shit.
Stand up, ma'am.
I just think that you haven't dated enough black women, or the ones
Hey, it's the same shit
that you date. You must have poor.
I told you, like Ving Rhymes say, this shit is a rerun. This shit is a rerun.
Taste in women, because a good black woman will tell you what to do. She'll be able to handle herself, and you will just be wonderful with her. You'll have a good time.
Look at that clapping. I don't know when this show aired. Probably in the 90s. I don't think a lot of black men have experienced that. Remember, he said his experience. Him.
So you're saying that the problem is that he hasn't found the right black woman.
I don't know who he's dating, but I just think he's dating the wrong people. You must have a very poor choice of women.
You can be right. You.
Why we don't say that about the black women who are dating outside their race? Maybe you're not picking the wrong type of black men. Maybe you keep dating the pookies and the rares, and you keep calling the upwardly mobile black men lames and squares. Why we don't say that to them?
You may be right. I mean,
because me and all of my friends here, we are not looking for men with money. We're looking for men with education.
I know, and I didn't say that.
And that's what we want.
I just played a revolt video that says something completely different. See, it's always a subjective game. See, you can't argue their subjective experiences, but they can argue your subjective experience and tell you you're wrong in your own subjective experiences. But when I was critiquing Izzy Band's subjective experience, he wanted to argue me back. But there was critiquing. I couldn't argue with him, but there was checking me about my subjective experience and the subjective anecdotal experience of other brothers. But you can't critique them.
Exactly, and that's not what I said. I didn't say every black woman was looking for someone with money or what they can do for them. That's not what I said. I said the ones that I have encountered with, that's how they approach me.
So because of those women that you've encountered, you refuse to date an entire race of women?
At this point in my life, yes.
Okay, now you also say that white women
and black women, I just showed you, said the same thing. Black women have never been put to the charge of or gave that question of that when they're dating outside their race. They've never been put to that.
are passive.
Yes.
Not this white woman.
There that go. Now this white woman, yeah, of course, Ricky Lake, you saying that shit on this show. When you take your white ass home, you submit to somebody. And that's probably why. Look at Brad. Look at Brad. Look at Brad. Look at Brad. He's clapping his hands. Oh man, bitch, you lied. But again, this old white man in the audience.
Ricky, again, what I'm saying is that the white women that I have encountered, that I have approached, that I have dated, are passive.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, I want to know if you have did you have a black mother? And if you did, that should be your role model, man.
That sound like Sharon. That sound like baboon, Rafiki ass, looking ass, trucker baboon. That sound like most you black niggas in these space. Ain't your mama black? This is where you get your talking points from, bro. He had a Def Jam Records shirt on. Talk about, is your mama black? And your mama being black should be your role model. No, nigga. A man should be your role model. That's the problem with black men. See, your mother can only nurture you, feed you, and give you nurturance and make sure you're healthy. She can't give you the keys to you. She can't give you the she can't be your role model in certain areas. Maybe she could be like a standard of a good woman. So when you can go out in the dating world, you can use that as like a reference point. But like she can't give you the keys to masculinity or to your masculinity or your identity. You have to go find the keys for yourself. But that's the problem with black men. Let me play this nigga again. Let me play this nigga again. This nigga said, ain't your mama black?
You can't just have it
or passive.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, I want to know if you have did you have a black mother? And if you did, that should be your role model, man.
That's how most of you black men sound. Ain't your mama black, so you should be dating black women? You'll never hear no white man or no Asian man saying, ain't your mama yellow, so you should only be dating Asian women when that Asian boy dating a black chick. You ain't never hear no white boy saying, you've never heard people tell white men, ain't your mama pale or white, so why you dating that black chick? I've never heard that in ever history. White men just go out there and fuck whatever bitch they want to fuck and wife whatever bitch they want to wife up. Same thing with Asian dudes. You have never heard that. Only black men say this stupid shit.
She is. You can't just diss black women. If your mother was a black woman, how you gonna diss black women? You should take my example from your father, man. Your father got with a black woman. Yeah, what is your problem, bro?
So you're saying you would never, sir, you would never.
This be the main nigga. This is the Dr. Umar Johnson nigga. This is how Dr. Umar Johnson. But this be the main nigga that be fucking all type of non-black women.
Ever date outside your race?
Look, I like women. I don't care what color they are. They could be red, all right?
You nigga. Oh my God. Oh my God. What? What did he say? Nigga, what? You just said, ain't your mama black and your father married a black woman. Now you talking about you would never date outside your race. I told you this nigga fuck other bitches outside of his race. And you saying that to that nigga? That's your Dr. Umar Johnson. That's your Yada Awakenings. That's your Sharon Burley. That's your Izzy Bands. All them niggas. Your Trucker Baboons. That's all them niggas right there.
I'm just saying that you cannot sit there and diss black women because you had a
he didn't diss black women.
I am not dissing black women.
Man, you dissing every black woman
I
in
am
here.
not dissing any. I look out and I see a lot
you
of
said
beautiful
black
women,
women are
black,
materialistic, man. You are dead wrong, all right? You are dead wrong.
You don't know.
Remember, like, I wish I could find those other shows. I just showed you a video where black woman was like, I'm not gonna date a nigga with no college degree.
Dumb, because you probably had a nice car and they saw you for.
Now, the video I showed you prior to this, didn't I say, isn't it in contrast to what that light-skinned black chick was saying? Because remember, black culture, y'all don't think light-skinned women are black or mixed breed women are black, like my mother. My mother is mixed or some shit. But y'all don't consider them as black. So, the light-skinned woman in the previous clip of Revolt, what did she say? A black chick was walking down the street with a white dude, and a black guy called out to her, and you know, basically, black women are shamed for dating outside their race. This video is from Ricky Lake back in the 90s or some shit, shaming black men for dating outside his race. And listen to what they say. It was an honest critique of black women and why he didn't date them. But they calling that him putting them down or him dissing them.
For that, and you got gassed or you got some butt, and then you know you couldn't handle it.
See? That's the same thing Trucker Hill was saying, talking about most of these dudes you fucking with is hoes. I think Coach, I forgot what his name, Coach Freg or Greg or whatever in the chat, he was saying that in Izzy Band's chat. Most of white dudes, most of white women, y'all brothers be fucking with is ran through. So is the same black women. Name me one black woman that got less than 50 bodies, less than 20 bodies, less than 15 bodies. Name me them.
Ricky, can I say something?
Yes,
Can I say something?
yes, Eric.
I can understand everybody being upset with what I say. I mean, and that's your opinion. I'm sorry, okay? But I'm on the show to tell how I feel, why I date outside my race. And if you don't like it, that's fine. I don't care. You can say what you want, but I'm still going to date outside my race. And if I decide to date a black woman somewhere along the way, then so be it.
Okay.
Okay.
Boy, this is going to be interesting. Anyway, there's another video. Final video I'm going to play. Then I'm going to go. This has been a long video. Then I'm going to go into the There's a lot of shit up here I can play. This one right here.
Man married a black woman, 2 million black women would still not have a man. Live well. Black women have a unique set of relationship challenges that make things a little bit harder to do compared to other races of women in our country. If every black man married a black woman, 2 million black women would still not have a man. There's a huge shortage, and that creates an imbalance in terms.
You know why that is, baby girl? Because the abortion rate amongst black women is through the roof. So because y'all been aborting and deleting babies since 19 however long ago, Planned Parenthood, you don't have enough black men to share around. So that's y'all fault.
Terms of dynamics in the power of the relationship and leverage and your ability to negotiate. If you go to the negotiating table with nothing to leverage, if you have nothing to bargain for, then you have no.
I want y'all to pay attention to this logic, because I think this is what everybody's upset with black men about, is because he's going for other options. So he's having more leverage in the dating game. And I think black women are upset because he's taking it, because they know that black men are more valuable, because now black men are making more money. Remember before, in the 80s and the 90s, black men were broke and dusty. Now that black men are making more money, and I'm showing you that on top of him making more money, he's dating outside his race. He's expanding his options, increasing his leverage. And that's forcing black women to have to compete and be better. She's taking that and applying it to how black women should date. But they're not looking at her as a Izzy Bands, Baboon Trucker Yale. They're not looking at black women as sellouts or self-hate, but they look at black men as sellouts or self-hate for doing it. Pay attention.
No ability to make any demands. So ladies, I want to first say that it is my credo that black women should date all men. That
black men don't give a fuck. Date what you want to date.
Includes black, white.
How is that going to help you with your demands? See, that's the power play. That's the power play. They don't want you black men to make demands. If you're dating a white chick, a Becky, or Asian chick, and they're better treatment of you, you can demand better things, right? Just like if you go into a restaurant that sucks versus a restaurant that is top tier, right? You're gonna go to that restaurant that's top tier, and then when the sucky restaurant figure out what they're doing wrong, they have to look at why are people going to that restaurant and not shopping here, or going to my restaurant. And then now they force them to have to upgrade and compete. Capitalism. But black women are willing to date outside their race because they to have more demands, but they don't want black men to do it. That's the play.
Hispanic, Asian, Middle Eastern, Eskimo, whatever. The goal is to maximize all of your dating options. Why? Because you have more choices. So I decided to do this video today to give you 10 reasons why interracial dating is really, really good for black women. The first reason is there's just more choices. With more choices, you have more of an ability to decide the best man for the job.
Didn't I show you earlier? Remember, they was arguing me down about that on Izzy Band's channel. But remember earlier I showed you that black men are outnumbered by white women, because especially in New York City, we're about like 700,000. White women were like 1 million plus. So why can't that reasoning be why? Why can't, because black men have more choices and options, he can date out? But that's looked at as self-hate, or it's looked at as he's punching down on black women. But she just said it.
Even if
now, Sharon, is the reason why these black women I showed you that don't want to date black men, is the reason why their perception is skewed is because they haven't walked out the fucking side of their house. And they haven't dated all black men to know that all black men ain't shit. Sharon, nigga pill. That's what you is. Use a nigga pill, not red pill, nigga pill.
If every white guy or Asian guy or Hispanic guy isn't interested in dating you, it doesn't matter. Black women are 6.5% of the population. There is enough men to go around that would be interested in you, that would make it a surplus for you in terms of the relationship and marriage market.
Hold on, so let me go here. What percentage is black men of the black community and then of the population of America? So black men are 19.5 million, right? So black men are even smaller percentage. So what's the percentage of black women broken down this same way? Percent that divided equals 6.2%. So black men are a smaller percentage. So she's right. Even if every black woman were to marry every black man, there'll still be black women left over, right? That still doesn't mean you date outside your race. Two black men you could share a black man, right? And keep that shit in the race. Race loyalty, right? But compare the percentage of black men and compare that to white women and other groups of women in America. So let me share this tab, all right? Look at this. So US population broken down by race and gender. Black men, white women. White women are a bigger percentage. Hispanic women are a bigger percentage. The only smaller percentage is Asian and Native American. So shouldn't black men have that same ability to increase their options because there's more options just like black women? Uh-oh, but you can't, because if black men do it, he's a sellout and he hate his black imami and he hate himself. It's self-hate. And he's giving his resources to other people. But what's so funny, black women claim to be the most educated and they're making more money than black men. So when they're dating white men outside their race, wouldn't they be giving their resources to another community, i.e. Halle Berry, i.e. Venus or Serena Williams? But you're not ready for that, right? So let's go back to this ladies footage.
So you get more choices. Remember what I always say, with choices comes power, and with power comes respect.
Choices come power, and with power comes respect. That's why they don't want black men dating outside your race, because they're afraid you're going to do the exact same thing they're doing. So they want to keep you at a disadvantage while they have the advantage. And Easy Bands and Trucker Baboon or Trucker Whale, you're playing to that, and you're purposely doing it.
You'll now be able to negotiate when it comes to the relationship dynamic. When you're
Oh, so y'all don't want black men to be able to negotiate like you're able to negotiate. Oh, but when you're able to negotiate, it's a power play. When black men are able to negotiate, he's a self-hater and he's a sellout. Izzy Bands, you better watch this fucking video.
sitting at the table and you're negotiating things, now you won't have to settle. You won't have to settle. And
oh shit, so y'all want black men to only date black women because you want him to settle with your trifling ass. Because you know if you date outside his race, he won't settle for your bullshit. So you don't improve to get a white man, but you won't improve to get your black man. You just want him to settle for your bullshit.
compromise yourself and your values just so you can have a man.
Oh, so you don't want black men to do that. You want black men to keep compromising his values. You want black men to compromise his values as a traditional dude that's supposed to lead and run his household, and you want him to compromise and be a simp and a sucker to you. Meanwhile, you hold the power.
You can stick to your standards if you have a huge pool of men and suitors who are interested in you.
Oh shit, Izzy Bands, Trucker Whale or Baboon, Trucker Baboon. Did you hear that? Let me play that again.
Number, a huge pool of men and suitors who are interested in you. Number two.
Ooh, so black men shouldn't have a huge pool of. So this is what it is. Because black women know this. Black women know that there are white women and other groups of women that love black men who don't want to take them or run game on them. So because black men have a huge pool of dating options that he can delve into, he has more choices and more power. But when he's doing it, he's self-hating and he's giving away the resources of the community that don't give a fuck about his resources. Remember, Black men are lame, squares, and suckers. And the only type of men black women value are the Pookies and the Ray Ray. Shout out to the T.I.
You have more access to hypergamous relationships. We always talk about hypergamy, don't we, ladies? It's the practice of marrying up. You want to do
so black men, you can practice of marrying up, but black men can't practice getting what's best for him.
better. You want to be with somebody who's going to be able to provide, protect, and produce. Well, if you expand your dating options, then that makes it more.
Oh shit. Low key, she's saying black men cannot protect or produce. But I showed you that black men can very well protect and produce. I showed you that our average earning income raises each year from 2023. Look at all the excuses they're using to date interracial dating. But when black men are saying certain things, it's deemed as excuses. Trucker baboon.
Likely for you to have a hypergamous situation because on average, other races of men are ranking up in the salary market, and it gives you an opportunity to entertain those men. And here's another added benefit.
But a white woman the average white woman that's a 5, 6, or 7, she'd be cool with a brother that's making $50K a year working as a garbage truck dude. I've seen this out here in New York. A Latin woman would be a good Latin woman that's in a relationship with a good black man. She'll do 50-50 with you and grind with you till you work your way up into better.
Unfortunately, when black men reach the $100,000 mark, they are the least likely to marry, whereas other races of men, Hispanic, Asian, Middle Eastern, they are more likely to marry once they reach that threshold. So,
but hold on. Venus said that, now Venus, this is according to what your sister, part of the sisterhood, sister soldiers, say. Venus said that when black men make that money, they marry out. But black women, she's suggesting to black women that they date other groups of men because black men are not making that 100K mark by the age of 50. So maybe that's why black men are not marrying black women, because you don't want them where they at. But Maria wants them where they at. Maria's cool with dating a brother that's working at Amazon. Becky's there when the nigga grinding. Black woman, you don't want a broke nigga. You don't want no scrubs, remember? This chick just said that. Just explained that. So Venus, you full of shit. You don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. You think when I go on these panels, I don't know what I'm saying? I know what I'm saying. I seen this video 3 years ago. This is dead center when COVID first started. But I don't know what I'm talking about.
So that really gives you an opportunity to marry up. And if you marry up, that also gives you an opportunity to work or stay at home if you want to. And let's face it, 70% of Black women are heads of households. And you remember that Brookings Institute study that said Black women's poverty is all about the men and why our net worth is only $5.
What? Yo, Izzy Bands. Izzy Bombo Club Bonds. Hold on this one. Let me put this on the screen. Izzy Bombo Club Bonds.
It is that Brookings Institute Black women are heads of households. And you remember that Brookings Institute study that said Black women's poverty is all about the men and
I just played a prior video that said that Black women are the most educated by 62%, I think, something like that. And y'all always get on this online and tout how you're making more money than Black men. So how are we responsible for your network? Hold on, let me ask ChatGPT this. Chat GBT, is there a stat that's saying, and please go look for the stat for me, please, that's saying that 70% of black women are the heads of household? What? Oh, ChatGPT didn't even read what I said properly. No, ChatGPT, I'm asking, is there a statistic out there that says that 70% of black men are the heads, black women, excuse me. Is there a stat out there that says that 70% of black women are the heads of a household? The chick just blamed black men for the reason why they're in poverty. Indicate that a portion of black women serve as the heads of a household in the United States. According to the report from Urban Institute, black households have the highest share of household headed by women, with approximately 60% of black households being female-led. While this figure is slightly lower than the 70% you mentioned, it underscores a prominent role of black. So let me ask a question: are these single mother-led households, or are these households where it's a black man and a black woman in it? Black women as heads of households share of black households headed by women, 60% Urban Institute. Most of these are single mothers. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, current population survey, roughly 68% of black children live in a single parent household, with the overwhelming majority led by mothers. This means that while many black women are head of households, they're often doing so without a cohabitating partner, distinguishing them from married or partnered female. So she just told a half fucking truth, bro. But that doesn't mean that the father is not there taking care of the child, because even though these are single mother household, there's also a stat that says that the father is there involved in the child. He's just not living with the mother. Is that also correct? So 60 to 70% of non-residential fathers see their children at least once a week or provide some financial support. No, that's my cats arguing. Right? So let me ask the next question. They're saying that black women's net value is worth like 5%. Is that because of black men, or is that because of their own spending habits? A higher percentage of black women graduate with student loan debt compared to their white counterpart, which can impede wealth accumulation. Yeah, but black women have more degrees than black men, so they're better than us in every single way. Low rates of home ownership among black women due to historically and ongoing discrimination in housing markets. Limited access to capital, challenges in accessing financial resources for entrepreneurship or investment opportunities. While individual spending habits can influence personal finances, the vast wealth gap between black women and white men is primarily driven by structural, dynamic, systematic factors rather than personal financial behaviors. Are you serious? So the college debt and either way, this is not blaming black men. So she just fucking lied twice, Izzy Banks. So there's nowhere that's saying that this is because of black men why their net worth is so low. Right? It's usually because of something in their pay dynamics or housing ownership or access to capital, not because of black men, correct? And is there any sources that's showing you that, or you can find that is that their network is in direct correlation to black men? While black men are often not living in the same household as black women, this does not necessarily mean they're absent from the children's life. Many black fathers retain regular contact, blah, blah, blah. However, the economic disparity faced by black women are more closely tied to structural issues rather than the presence or absence of a black man in the household. So, men don't know what the bomber clad this girl is talking about. The wealth gap between black women and white men is a complex issue. Bro, this chick just sat up here and told a lie. And Izzy Banks and Trucker Baboon Whale, y'all are full of shit too. I swear to God, y'all are all full of shit. I can't stand niggas that lie or pretend like there's not a problem. All right. She just blamed black men.
Why our net worth is only $5. It is essential for us to be hypergamous. It is time to throw away this idea of building a man up. You've got.
That doesn't sound like race loyalty to me. Venus, that sounds like race loyalty to me. To you? Rogue, that sound like race loyalty to you? That don't sound like race loyalty. That does not sound like race loyalty. And when since black women have built up black men all throughout the 80s and the 90s, or I can speak for the 90s and the 2000s. You don't need no man. You were saying it in all your R&B songs. We don't need no scrubs. Blah 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 blah. Strong and independent, right? So where were you building up black men? Black men had to build themselves up. So I don't know where the race loyalty was.
To do what's best for you, because if you get it wrong, you're going to be blamed. Number 3, you may find this shocking, but it's true. We all know that there's a colorism issue within the black community. Studies show that the darker you are, the last you are to marry.
What? Let me see what she says about better health.
Earlier, about 70% of black women head of household, and that we have the highest out of wedlock rate. We have so much on our shoulders. There's so much.
I just showed you a stat that black men are involved in their children's lives. So what burden is on your shoulders? And you could be married to those brothers. Why are you not seeking marriage to them brothers?
That we bear. We're working 12 hours a day, and then we're coming home doing the second shift. We're tired. We're being mom and dad and everything. That is stressful.
Izzy Band, so you're telling me this is race loyalty and there wasn't content putting down black men? This was 3 years ago. And Izzy Bands, you know these is to be lies because you're a father in your children's life.
Stress makes us gain weight. Stress will increase our likelihood of diseases like cancer. Number 6, better relationships with black women. I believe that if many of us stop fighting each other for the same 12 guys, we're going to have better relationships with each other. We're not going to be.
Man, I'm not playing any more of this. Let me go over here.
Rihanna have all found love.
I'm definitely not putting on my damn TV. You're not flagging me.
The racial divide. More and more black women, of course, seem to be willing to follow in their footsteps. Wendy Harlow, should black women date outside the race?
Black women and all women should date whoever they want to date.
You said black women and all women, but y'all would G-check a black man for dating?
I was raised in a home by a single black woman. My mom and my father, my whole life, have had an amazing relationship. They raised me separately, but cordially. In this time of my mom being single, I obviously met a lot of her boyfriends, and they were multiracial. She dated black guys, she dated white guys. So I think for me, it was something that I was taught that, I mean, all people are equal.
Oh, her mother. Was her mother race lawyer? Oh, y'all was telling me that black woman was the most race loyal in the 80s and the 90s. But her mother was dating all kind of multiracial men. Oh, okay. But this is that one person. Okay.
And everyone deserves
And it taught her to date all groups of men. Okay.
love. I've personally dated outside of my race.
Cool.
I've dated black guys. I've dated white guys. And I don't think those aspects of them altered what went right or wrong in our relationships. I think whatever our disputes were happened to do with the type of person that I am and the type of person that he was as a person.
Oh, but y'all don't do that with black men. When y'all talk about black men getting fucked over by white women, you don't make it down according to race. You make it down to the type of person each individual was. Instead, you say that, it's because she's white and what they systematically done to that person. But black women get away with making that argument, but you take away that argument from black men. Izzy Bands, Trucker Baboon Whale.
Not as a race.
Was it easier or harder dating interracially or not?
No, because I think everything is an education. I think, the main thing is hair. I think, first of all, black men have a problem with learning these things as well. Like you have to learn that, yeah, I have a beautiful wig on right now, but you're going to wake up with me with a bonnet, right? So.
Black men can't even tell black women how to dress and how to be good black women for the black men. But they get to tell us how to protect, provide, and produce, but we can't have expectations on them. But we don't know what the problem is while black men are dating outside their race. We don't know what the problem is. I sat on that panel amongst you niggas.
Challenge my white partner on his anti-blackness. Needs to happen and blah, blah, blah. When I realized that this man was not invested in the liberation of my community, nor...
Why the fuck would he give a shit about it? He's white. You know what? I'm gonna do this final thing, and then I'm gonna make another video tomorrow because I gotta do a something else. But I'm gonna do this next thing. I did the Kardashian presentation. I did this presentation. Did I do this? So here it is. So media influence. So we're gonna go into this, right? From the 80s onward, TV shows, talk shows, and pop culture often depicted black men as irresponsible or violent, while black women's framed as strong and independent, and sometimes resentful towards black men. Implications for relationship. There's often skepticism toward black men as leaders or providers. In some cases, I showed you a video about that. In some cases, this translates to distrust or need to control their own dating options, sometimes leading to divestment, dating outside their race, right? Black women are often more confrontational and direct in communication, which can be seen as less differentiated or subservient, which is true. White men in dating culture. So I'm breaking down the different cultures of women, right? Because the lie is that all women are the same. There's no difference. Are all women the same when it comes to being hoes and being disrespectful? Yes. But what differentiates each culture, each group of women, is their culture. The culture dictates how you think, what you talk about, how you respect each other, how you date. We understand that about hip hop. Listen to how Charleston White talks about how black culture influenced black people, men and women to do certain things. So that's the culture, right? White women culturally have historically been raised in contexts emphasizing respect for male authority in the household, traditional courtship, and social etiquette. Media and societal conditioning. Even with feminism, White women often maintain cultural norms that favor attentiveness to their partners, respect for male leadership, and rational loyalty. We saw that with the previous election with Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. I can't believe I remember her name all of a sudden now, right? We saw that. Well, white women voted for Donald Trump, which means that white women still respect male hierarchy or male authority. Implication for relationships. White women are more likely to internalize expectations of being responsive or accommodating to men they respect. While there are 304s of disrespectful individuals in any culture, the overall social condition still favors male-led relationship in a traditional sense. So regardless of the 304s or disrespectful individuals in any culture, the overall social condition still favors male-led relationships. And we see it again, we see it every day with white women. The men they culturally respect, they're going to respect. The ones that don't, they're going to disrespect. But culturally, they're trained or conditioned to respect male leadership, right? As opposed to black women, it's a different cultural context. Asian women and dating culture. Many Asian cultures, East Asian, South Asian, have deeply rooted tradition, emphasizing family hierarchy, respect for elders, and male leadership within relationships. Behavioral trends. Asian women are often more subservient or differential to men in relationships, or deferential. I guess deferent. They defer to their men, right? In relationships, family and social expectations heavily influence dating behavior. Implications for relationships: higher likelihood of traditional gender roles being followed. Women who are disrespectful or unfaithful exist, but these behaviors are generally less tolerated culturally and socially, right? So, right, in Asian, there are disrespect and there's unfaithfulness, but they are not tolerated. As opposed into our culture, it's tolerated for a black woman to be disrespectful, unfaithful, and we blame it on the man for that. But they check their women in Asian culture for that bullshit. Key differences, right? And y'all can pause the video and watch this. Core takeaways. Cultural differences are real. Black men dating outside their race are often misled when told that all women act the same. Cultural upbringings, family norms, and socialization significantly affect how women treat their partners. Not absolutes. There are bad or disrespectful women in every culture, but the baseline expectations and norms differ, right? In other words, the baseline expectations. The baseline in white and Asian culture, they respect their men. It's normal. In black culture, it's not normal. It's an anomaly. Especially, you know how we know it's an anomaly? Because every time we see a black man or a black woman in a relationship with a black man and she's submissive to him, we call that bitch a pick me. And we tell that nigga he's controlling her. That's what we do. Impact on dating strategy. Recognize these differences allows men to make informed decisions about dating, leadership dynamics, and expectations in relationships. Black culture, right, held the same accountability standards as men in relationships. Right? So black women historically and socially have not been held to the same accountability standards as men in relationships. They haven't, not since the 60s and feminism. Media and social narratives often elevate the strong black woman archetype, which can normalize defiance, non-deference, or conflict in relationships. Respect and deference are not cultural expectations for women in the same way they are in some other cultures. Izzy Bands and Baboon Whale Trucker. Implications for black men. Hard to distinguish between lady, good women, and 304, disrespectful or promiscuous, manipulative women. Women may present themselves as traditional or virtuous, but not follow those standards privately. Black men face higher relational risk because accountability is inconsistent and often socially excused. Conflict resolution. So, because black women don't have accountability, it's difficult for black men to tell the difference between these two because they mix. The lady will take the game from the 304, and the 304 will take the game from the lady. This is why Trucker here don't know what the fuck he talking about. Because how you tell the difference of all of them communicate with each other and do the same shit as the other one? It's a higher risk. Public checking or confrontation is rare and culturally discouraged. Black men are often socially penalized for disciplining and correcting women publicly. And you cannot lie to me about that and say that's not true, Izzy Banks. You check your black girlfriend in public, every nigga in the vicinity gonna try to whoop your ass. Miscommunication and ambiguity about boundaries are more common, right? So let me say that. Black women never respect the black man's boundaries, ever. If he tries to set them, he's viewed as toxic or controlling. Cultural norms and accountability. White women are generally socialized to respect male leadership, to show attentiveness towards men they are interested in. Cultural norms differentiate clearly between women who are considered virtuous ladylike and women who are promiscuous or disrespectful. This is what you have an issue with the white man's fan shit, with the problem with the big town niggas and the red pill crackers and the I guess the pickup dudes, because they used to have an ability to tell the difference, but they can't anymore. Accountability for rational behavior exists. Socially misbehavior often has consequences, including social disapproval or partner withdrawal, right? Implications for men. Easier to identify women's character based on how she presents herself publicly and privately. Men can often trust cultural signals and social norms to differentiate between ladies and 3 or 4s. Public conflict or correcting partners is less taboo when done respectfully. Culturally, men have more leeway to enforce boundaries. So white men can enforce boundaries because it's normal over there. Black men try to do that shit. You hate your black mama. Asian culture, right? High traditional gender roles. Women are expected to be obedient, deferential, and supportive of male leadership. Clear distinction between women and who follow cultural norms, the lady and those who don't, disobedient or promiscuous. They had a whole thing in China calling Asian women who are 25 and not married leftover bitches. Men have cultural sanctioned authority to check women publicly or privately if they cross boundaries. Misbehavior is socially stigmatized, which reduces ambiguity about character. High predictability and clarity make it easier to choose a partner based on trust, accountability, and cultural alignment. Conflict resolution, right? And you've watched Asian men check their bitches in China publicly. All right. So this is why black men are picking the hoes, trucker baboon, because black women historically are not held to strict social norms. Regarding relationship conduct, black men face higher uncertainty in partner selection. Public enforcement of boundaries. Cultural permission for men to correct or check a woman in public varies widely. Asian cultures allow it most, black culture the least. You can't even, if your bitch is fucking with you in Walmart, you can't even check that bitch loudly. And by the way, if you see me with my girl and I'm checking that chick publicly, and a grown black man, I don't care how big you is, come fucking with me, I might mind your business, nigga. Tend to your own garden or your own bitch, or get your own bitch to check. Leave me and my bitch alone. We might team up or whoop your big ass. So fucking right. Cultural norms and accountability. So this is basically the same thing, right? So y'all can pause this and read it yourself. It's coming on 4 hours and I'm tired. Right. I think the Angry Man had broke this down, but I don't think he broke it down to this depth of it. I think he broke it down very briefly. So shout out to the Angry Man. If you notice with this is what Asian men and white men are having issues now. This is why you see them on the internet complaining. Black men, we've had these issues since the damn. Remember Freak Nick? So come on, bro. Surface level. Across all cultures, there are women who are disrespectful, manipulative, or unfaithful. These behaviors exist everywhere: black, white, Asian, Latin, right? From an individual standpoint, any woman can display bad behavior just as any man can. Deeper level, cultural conditioning. Culture defines the baseline expectations for behavior and how women are socialized. These expectations shape how women respond to men, relationships, and social accountability. This is why in a lot of nowadays movies, like in the Superman movie. There was a clip I seen on the internet that showcased Lois Lane allowing Superman to be vulnerable. So they're conditioning training women how to respond to men when men are being vulnerable. In black culture, there's no training of black women how to respond to black men being vulnerable. Instead, she disrespects his vulnerability, and then we blame the black man for being vulnerable, training the black man not to be vulnerable to a black woman, but not training her how to respect the black man's vulnerability. But in their culture, they put it in the movies how to do it. And I bet you that's going to teach the next generation of white women to respect the white man's vulnerability. But we don't want to do that shit in black culture. We just want to train black men and black women how to be dick and pussy. Black men dating outside their race. It's misleading to say all women are the same because it ignores cultural baseline expectations. While individual bad women exist everywhere, some cultures provide more predictability in partner selection due to socialized respect, accountability, and clearly enforced norms. This is why some men find it easier to identify virtuous women in white or Asian cultures than in black culture on average. Cultural is a collective definition. Culture equals how society collectively defines expected behavior, boundaries, and accountability. Individual behavior can deviate, but cultural conditioning creates patterns you can observe over time. That's the difference between cultural and individual behavior. And what y'all doing is that y'all are looking at it from an individual lens or interaction of black men and white women. You're not looking at the cultural aspect of it. This is why, because of black culture training black men to be subservient to black women, when he now is dating outside his race, he now has to be more masculine, but he don't know how to do it because he wasn't raised in black culture to be masculine. He was raised to be a subservient to black woman. Passport sees experience versus cultural understanding. Many black men go overseas, commonly referred to as passport bros, have short-term interaction with women from other cultures, which I agree with that argument, right? These experiences are often framed as proof that women of other races are more respectful, traditional, or subservient compared to women in the US, right? Limiting of one-time experience in a short visit or limited interaction cannot capture the full cultural complexity, which is very true, right? Black men who are passport bros, I'm not telling you not to do it, but don't take your one good experience and say that is how all women are. You have to explore the 100% of that culture or that environment when you go over there. I know this because I've done it. I've done it when even visiting my own culture in Jamaica or going to Canada or when I went to Puerto Rico or even within America across states. I make sure I observe the full interaction of that environment before I engage in it. You know what I'm saying? So y'all can read the rest of this and pause the video. We're gonna go over here. Right? Now this same logic can apply to other people. Right? The misconception about black men abroad. Stereotypes, some people claim that all black men who go overseas are just there to sleep with 3 or 4s. The same logic I applied up here is applied to you niggas that's saying this. Many black men who travel abroad do so for career opportunities, cultural exposure, personal growth, or finding genuine long-term partners. Skewed perception. Media narratives and social commentary often focus on sensationalizing case, but they don't reflect the broader experience of black men abroad. Which is what everybody does to black men. Everybody do it to black men. Y'all don't do it to no other men but black men. You got niggas doing it now. Before it used to be white dudes doing it. Now it's black men doing it to each other. Cultural context and relationship abroad. In many countries, relationship norms are different, and women behavior is shaped by local cultural standards. Black men interacting with women overseas may find higher levels of accountability, respect, and traditional behavior, but this does not mean every woman in that culture behaves the same way. That is key to black men who men are exposed to a broader spectrum of rational behaviors, which may contrast with patterns seen in the U.S. Black culture. But one trip or one interaction is not definitive of a whole culture. But remember, passport bros are going there frequently. They're not just going there one time. The passport bros, like I forgot their names on YouTube that are successful, they've been out there a significant amount of time. Generalization and misleading, just as you shouldn't assume all women in the culture are labeled 3 or 4s, you shouldn't assume all black men abroad are seeking casual transactional relationships, which is what y'all do. Success abroad is common. Many black men leverage international opportunities to build wealth, expand networks, and pursue meaningful relationships. Nuanced perspective. Observation shouldn't distinguish personal experience from cultural absolutes and highlight diversity within both men. Hold on. My fault. Be framed as a personal experience, not universal truths, right? And a lot of those black men said it. In my personal experience, this is what I experienced. The brother I showed you earlier said that. But yeah, black women like to make their personal experiences about black men the universal truth. And I showed you videos that back that up. Misconceptions about black men abroad. And all black men who travel overseas are there for casual relationships or collect 304s. Many black men go overseas for career growth and this, that, and the third. Women overseas may have a clear social norm regarding respect and accountability, which some men find preferable. Exposure to these norms don't not mean all women in that culture behave the same way. Takeaway. Overgeneralizing about men and women creates misinformation on both sides. A nuanced approach recognizes diversity among women and men while acknowledging cultural patterns. Key objective takeaways. Bad women exist everywhere. Culture explains the right. Bad women exist everywhere. Culture explains the baseline expectations for how most women behave. Culture matters. Asian and white women tend to follow more predictable patterns of respect and accountability. Black women in the U.S. are socialized differently, creating ambiguity in their relationship behavior. That means that it's broad. They can flip flop. They can be dominant in one instance and then be submissive in the other. It's not predictable. Experience abroad is limited. Short-term overseas interactions are valuable, but not a complete picture of a culture. Both men and women should avoid that, right? So, this is the logic applied to you, trucker Yale. When you go overseas and you see certain things and you have one experience, this applies to you. Overseas bias versus full cultural understanding. Someone goes overseas to observe black men passport pros interacting with women. They may see interaction with women who are 304s or casual partners. From this narrow view, they conclude all black men abroad are dealing with only 304s. Same logic applies elsewhere. Observers must also watch local men in Asia, Thailand to Cambodia interacting with women and see they're mostly engaging with casual or transactional relationships. From this, they might conclude all Asian men interact only with 304s. Neither observer has explored the full cultural landscape. They are likely seeing only a subset of interactions, urban centers, tourist areas, nightlife. This creates skewed perceptions about pastor bros and local men, which a lot of y'all do. In many countries, traditional women or ladies exist, particularly in family-oriented or metropolitan settings. Short visits rarely reveal how Asian men navigate a long-term relationship with these women. Black men abroad, passport bros. Similarly, short-term trips don't capture the full spectrum of women they might meet. Observers may assume casual encounters represent all interactions, which is inaccurate, which is what a lot of y'all do to black men. I don't know why. Y'all can read this. Pause the video and read this. And I think I'm going to continue this video tomorrow or something because this is 4 hours. Anyway, in conclusion, what we don't want to understand is that black women have become hostile to black men and other black men have become hostile to black men. And meanwhile, you have 51% of black men who don't have any children, 54% of black men who are not married. We are not looking at these things as what are the black women not doing to be something better that black men would want to marry. Instead, when black men marry outside his race or dates other women is viewed as a sellout or Uncle Tom, not at him as exploring his options or a power move, like what black women do it. So all of y'all are full of bumbleclot fuckery. I'm tired of seeing it. And you can call me tether. You can note that I'm a Jamaican nigga with Jamaican flag. But I honestly have a high amount of respect for Black American men, Caribbean black men in general, especially in the diaspora, because we're the main ones fighting for freedoms and all these good things, and we're not being respected, even amongst other black men of the same culture. But anyway, this is Kiss Shorty Gaming Nation. Like, share, and subscribe.